morning, everyone. Kindly requesting those students to please come and occupy the front seats because it's all empty over here. So backbenchers, please come to the front. Please hurry up, quickly. The backbenchers, volunteers. Take this first slide. Okay. Yeah. Kindly requesting the students also to leave a seat and sit. Don't sit together continuously. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of Vighyan Sarvatra Pujyate. We had a very fruitful first day yesterday where we had some nice lectures and video screenings as well as some spot prizes also given to the students. Okay, and the students really enjoyed themselves yesterday. Today we have also some nice lectures lined up for you. And so we'll get started with this first session. So before we begin, I would like to humbly request the chairperson of this session, Professor Sundar Dhuri sir, to kindly take his seat on the dais. Professor Sundar Dhuri sir is a professor and also the Vice Dean of Research at the School of Chemical Sciences, and he will be chairing this first session. The first lecture will be delivered by Dr. Nitin Sawant, who is an assistant professor at the Department of Zoology, Goa University. I would like to request Dr. Nitin Sawant to also take his seat on the dais. I would like to request Professor Sundar Dhuri sir to introduce the speaker for today's session.
Good morning, students and teachers who have come from different schools from Goa. Let me first thank Dr. Sandesh Bugde, convener of this Vighyan Sarvatra Pujyate, and his entire team for nicely organizing this particular program at Goa University, especially at School of Chemical Sciences. On behalf of school, I also invite you to visit our school Okay, you are in a school building, so you can visit us during your free times, and you can just have a looks in the lab and classrooms and other infrastructure in the school. To begin with today's session, we have a young, dynamic, and active researcher and a teacher from Goa University itself, Dr. Nitin Sawant, Assistant Professor and Head in Charge of Department of Zoology. To tell about Dr. Nitin Sawant, I have almost 2 or 3 pages biodata to read for you, but because all of you are eager to no, you're eagerly waiting to listen to him, so I will not read the entire biodata. So, very salient features I will read for you. Dr. Nitin Sawant did his PhD in 2011 from Department of Zoology, Goa University. Before joining Goa University, he had various positions in government of Goa. To read out few, he was a former director, Worldwide Fund for Nature India, Goa State Office from January 2005 to May 2012. He was a former member secretary, Goa State Biodiversity, Department of Science and Technology and Environment, Government of Goa. He was a former member secretary of Goa State Council for Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology and Environment, Government of Goa. He was a former member secretary of Goa State Innovation Council, Department of Science and Technology, Environment of Goa again. He was a former OST officer on special duty to Honorable Minister Srimati Elena Saldana, former Minister for Science and Technology. Besides this, he has published various research papers in a very good scientific journals. He has almost more than 12 articles. In addition to that, he is a member of several bodies. He is member of Goa Environment Protection Council, Government of Goa. He is a member of Goa Forest Policy, Goa Department of Forest. And he is a member of Tree Committee formed by CCP. He was appointed as a member of state level expert committee to identify and demarcate the private forest in the state of Goa by Department of Forest Department. He was appointed as an ecologist to delineate buffer zone around wildlife sanctuaries and national parks by Government of Goa. He was a member of Goa Coastal Zone Management Authority appointed by MOEF, Government of India. He is a member of Goa State Expert Appraisal Committee. He is a member of Board of Studies in Zoology. He is a member of Goa State Biodiversity and so many other memberships. In addition to that, research publications, memberships, his regular duties as a teacher. He is also is a principal investigator of two major research projects. He is having a first project development of butterfly gardens for Government College Pedname and Sankli, funded by Director of Higher Education, Government of Goa. He has is also another project is diversity of herpetofauna of Goa, Maharashtra and Karnataka, funded by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. In addition, he has contributed widely in different areas, like he has developed a butterfly garden at Attipaul, Kankona, is a project of Department of Forest Department. He discovered a new species, geckoi, under the project entitled Diversity of Herpetofauna, Government of India. He recorded the first type of locality of Varardia ambolensis, documented first time in Goa. So these are his few notable contributions, and I am sure with his lecture today and expertise, I am sure you will enjoy, and I request all the students as well as the teacher to interact with him in between, or you can pose a questions, or you want to ask some questions related to his topic. Okay, so I request Dr. Nitin Sawant to take over this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Duri sir, and all the respected faculties and all my dear students. Don't go on my biodata, please. Sir has given a lengthy biodata. Probably, I'm a very simple person among you and work in the field regularly for last 25 years of my life, working on different aspects of wildlife and the biodiversity conservation issues. So today I will be dealing with only snakes of Goa and their threats and the conservation implications, how things are happening actually in the field. As Sir rightly mentioned, one of or two of my notable contribution from the same campus, I got a new species discovered for Goa. One of my student and my team, I certainly acknowledge their contribution. And that species was newly discovered for the state of Goa, and it is the smallest gecko that what you call usually in Konkani pal. It is name also is given as Goinchi Dakti pal. Okay, so such discoveries will keep on happening. But what is actually happening in the field of snake diversity, or we talk about a lot of developmental activities happening in and around. You as a next generation has a big role to play here. Besides that, I will just glance fast because I am given just 45 minutes and it will be injustice if I finish this topic in 45 minutes, but I can't help it. So there are different families and there are different snakes belong to these different families. And more of these snakes are non-venomous. Never call them a poisonous because there is a big difference, the wide difference between a poison and a venom. So when we talk about the venom is definitely a protein because again there are different criteria to define the poison and the venom. I will not go into detail of that, but most of the list what you find in Goa is non-venomous snake. We have very few venomous snakes. I will come to them, and this belongs to the biggest family is the Colubridae family, where we have big list of snakes. It's going to be more going to be added here. And most of these snakes are non-venomous, but here when you call about the venomous snakes, the list is small, but their distribution is wide, and they are distributed across Goa depending on the habitat. As I say, the Hydrophidae family, where you have the sea snakes, which are highly venomous, and we don't have any anti-venom for that. So whenever you are on the coastline or you are going to fishing, please be careful because these snake bites, you will lose your either you'll have to immediately ampute your body part, or there is no other antidote for that developed in Goa or India. So we get medicine, the venom from Australia. One of the person got bitten in fisherman was fishing in Rez Magos. He got bitten by one of the sea snake, and his flesh literally started falling off. And I advised doctor to just ampute his hand. It was that bad. So sometimes the bites are very, very fatal, and you may have serious consequences. But there are very few snakes which are venomous. And the 4 snakes which I mentioned here, or 5 snakes, first in the Elapidae family, except the king cobra, spectacle cobra, we have common Indian krait, striped coral snake, slender chloral snake. There are different species, and there are viperidae. There are 2 viper species, the through viperidae, what we call through vipers. There are pit vipers also, as I mentioned, where I have done my PhD on these pit vipers, and they are distributed along the Western Ghat and the foothills of the Western Ghat of Goa. And when you talk about the dog-faced water snake, it is confined only to the mangrove ecosystem. And there is a lot of pollutions, there are a lot of other anthropogenic pressures which are imposed on these ecosystems, and these snakes are facing a lot of problems. So, as we say, there are a lot of myths and wrong beliefs about the snakes. But how do they really sense the environment? There is something called as the Jacobson organ. You have forked tongue. You might have seen that snake flickering its tongue out and in. Yes or no? Yes or no? When I was small, I was told if you finger it, if you show the finger, you have to put all 5 fingers in your mouth. All these wrong beliefs were there. And basically what they do is they just try to taste the environment, they just try to give a message. They have a very undeveloped brain, they cannot really sense anything, I mean they cannot recognize anything. But this organ is very important, which allows them to actually sense the environment. And this is how there is something called as heat sensing pits, and it is only in few snakes, not in all snakes, like pit vipers. They have something called as pit organ, which they can sense the environment, as well as if the prey availability, like a warm-blooded prey, they can detect that prey. Then we have like for humans, we have 2 hands, 2 legs. We also do karate, we try to do martial art, we try to learn boxing and many other defense techniques. But what about the snake? How do they defend? They are in the wild, how do they defend? There are many such natural gifts to these snakes, where they have, some of the snakes, they run very fast, you will not be able to catch them. Camouflaging is one of the very important, where in reptiles or in certain amphibians also, we find a lot of color variations. And when we have a color variations, we don't usually, sometimes people describe the snake, but we usually don't get actual idea, because sometimes the coloration is so different in snakes, and they keep on changing the color as per their natural background. If they are on the tree, they will try to camouflage with the green color. If they are on the ground, they will camouflage with the brown color. So it depends. So hissing sound, again, many a times you find snakes, if you approach very close, they will give a hissing sound. Especially in the night hours, if you find a viper, you will have tough time, because they are very active in the night, and if you try to tamper with it, it will give a loud hissing sound. It can also jump and bite. They can leave the ground, they can leave the entire body, they can bite you like anything. It doesn't have a wing, so don't take me wrong, okay? So, but they can lift, the muscles are very powerful, and they can bite you by lifting their body, they can jump on you and they can bite you, and there are several cases. So, I'm also teaching animal behavior, that's a ethology, and for last 25 years, I know how snakes are behaving. So whenever I get a call for a snake rescue, I go, I just see the situation of the snake, I just see the behavior, and then I approach the snake, and then nicely rescue it without disturbing the snake. So there are certain, like cobra will just move in his own direction, but if you go close to it, it will give, first it will just try to show the hood, it will just try to expand its neck ribs, and it will show that don't come close. Then if you still go further close, it will stand with the wood, showing the wood, and then definitely it will give a hissing sound, and still if you don't, then they will give a bite. So there are warnings. Snake will not simply just come and jump and bite, okay? So these are some of the, then there is a irritating odor, like python, killbacks, what you call avane, rat snakes. I have to wash my hand at least 15 times. The odor doesn't go. Such powerful odor, that's a defensive mechanism. Okay, so they defend through that irritating odor. Spraying of fecal matter, like python, anytime if any rescuer asks you to hold the tail, be careful, because it will just throw the fecal matter in a semi-fluid manner. So I had a good experiences many times. But sometimes you have no other option. Okay. So morphological uniqueness, sometimes snake imitate or they mimic other snakes. I'll show you the slides. Then of course the venom is not to kill. I have put wrong this here, but venom is not to kill, but venom is something which they use for paralyzing its prey once they grab the prey, and then to digest it, to completely digest the food material. Okay, and sometimes some snakes they play dead. If you find any snake, they'll just try to play dead, like for crate or wool snake. And there is even to some extent sometimes vine snakes. they play dead, they fall just like that, but they are alive. So these are some of the defense mechanism. And are there any two-headed snakes, students? Can anyone? Anybody has seen two-headed snakes? Don't want to talk to me? I have snake in my pocket, otherwise I'll release it. Yeah, please. You have seen two-headed snake? Where? Kundam village. What snake it was? Sand boa. So there is a common myth. If you look at this snake, this is the tail and this is the head. Now these eyes are very prominent here. But this tail part, they use as a defense. So any predator comes to prey upon them, they will put the head down and they will wag the tail. And even if the tail is attacked by any predator, the tail has no living cells, the dead cells. So that's the way how they, and sometimes they just take a reverse, they just go behind. Okay, so many a times people say budwar to ane aitar to porto chalta. I mean they go backwards, and I don't know what not they are doing. So only what we have is sometimes the mutations, sometimes genetic deformities are there, where two-headed snakes you find in nature. We have also found a Russell's viper once do two-headed, and there is nothing called as two-headed snakes. And this snake, of course, this is a red sand boa, but we have a common sand boa and the Whitaker's boa. These sand boas were used, I don't know for what purpose, but the price had gone very high, 10 lakh, 20 lakh. One person took from me, he was my friend, I was not aware about it. And suddenly I came to know through paper that somebody was arrested because he was selling this particular snake. And as a friend, I just gave him. Luckily, he came on Thursday. He took on Wednesday and he came luckily on Thursday. And he said, "To reverse hota na." I said, "Taka reverse gear na." So how he will go in reverse? What is your problem? Please keep the snake and go. He wanted to sell that because I don't know what magic or tricks they do, but the price had gone very high few years back. But now we have tightened our sort of patrolling and stuff like that, and no snakes have been. Of course, Goa, we are lucky that we have very active population, individuals which take care. So there is no two-headed snake as such, but there are certain mutations, there are certain deformities, genetic deformities can happen. Okay. Yes, this was a viper which we got in Goa once. Then we have kept, but I think it died unfortunately. And then we have a different color variations. So never go on colors when you are identifying a snake. Of course, when you get expert, you can talk about it, but there is lot of color difference. Now this is a adult of this. This is a juvenile of this. And in juvenile phase, it will have a chevron mark. This is called as chevron mark. And this mark is very prominent in a juvenile grass snake. This is a striped killback. This is a checkered killback. And this is a Badomys killback. We have these killback species. I mean, usually tenka yawari manta. And you find them adapted in a different habitats. But today you see all our floodplain, not floodplains, flood drainages where we have वाळ म्हणटाले आमचे natural वाळ आसताले. In the villages, all villages we had a nice those drainages. Today those drainages are converted into concretized, where all these snakes, all the fishes, all the fauna and flora lost their habitat permanently. Unfortunately, I fought with all the authorities when I was with government. Even lakes they wanted to concretize the boundaries. If you concretize the wetlands, what you are going to expect? Now down we have a Bonwell lake. Tomorrow you want to beautify. What do you mean by beautify? God has already beautified everything. What beautification you want to do? Yeah? Okay. So we should understand. These are all, I'll just give an example of human being. God has made us. He has created us. But we go to beauty parlor. Yeah? We go to beauty parlor, no? My father once said, my sister, If you want to become fair, you are going to use all this cream, and she used to use all creams, all those type of thing. So he said, if that was possible, all South Africa people would have become fair, no? If you using these creams and all. So what beautification and what we talk about, nature is beauty. God's creation is a beauty. Politically, whatever we are trying to do, beautification, I'm sorry I'm making this statement, but this is something which is concerning me with my snake diversity, because I'm seeing it's all these animals are losing its habitat. Okay, so this is how this particular snake behaves. What I was talking about, the grass snake, and in Maharashtra it is called as Haryanag, means green cobra. It's called as green cobra. See the hood, you can very well, it's playing a dad also, and at the same time it is showing the hood that I am cobra. Okay, so don't come close to me. So sometimes they mimic. Okay, and these are the snakes which are non-venomous. You can handle it very nicely, there is no issue. And this particular snake, we have Sibinopis subpunctatus, we call it as Dominant's blackhead. It's a non-venomous snake. We have a good population of this snake in campus. And again, there are certain species of snakes, certain species of frogs, or certain animals are confined to certain habitats. You cannot keep this snake in desert, or from desert snake you cannot bring and keep it here in Western Ghat. Every species and everywhere evolution is going on. They are evolving, but not overnight. Evolution takes ages together. Okay, so this snake also is a non-venomous snake. And many a times people say Haryali taklek martani bitaroita, and I don't know from where it comes out. I have no evidence of it, but many people say that it pierces through head. And if you go by science, the skull is the hardest mode passed. And if you take example of this snake, the tip of this snake is so fine, even if you keep a paper and if the snake strikes, it will break. And that's a brown wine snake, and this is a green wine snake. Still, we are working on this particular snake for more and more new subspecies. There's a lot of work happening in Goa and in India, because we are finding probably they are evolving, probably we are getting some morphological and genetic differences in this particular snake. So we are presently working on these snakes. So all these snakes are important because they play their role in an ecosystem, and we have a good population of these wine snakes in our campus. Okay, and they are again semi-venomous. So there are something called as semi-venomous snakes also, because this snake, I'll show you in the next slide. This I think I'll show next. This snake has a rare the upper jaw has a fang, actual fangs. It is, if some people are sort of allergic, then they might get some giddiness or swollen part or wherever they are bitten. But they are otherwise very friendly snake, but they are arboreal and they live on a trees. So this is a cat snake. You will find this in the Western Ghat. They will not found in our campus. They need a good canopy, good forest cover, the continuous forest, and they are again semi-venomous. Why they are called as cat snake is because their eyes are like bulging out like a cat. So they are called as cat snake. Okay, and see how they are camouflaged. Sometimes you go for a trek, sometimes so better you wear shoes, proper shoes, and good jean pants or something, so the fangs does not penetrate. So this is how they camouflage, and they are highly camouflaged. So I had a very tough time sometimes to really locate them. And this is how they have the defensive mechanism. This is also a common trinket snake, what you call an arboreal snake. It is usually on the tree, but I wanted this pose actually of this snake, so I just kept it on the ground. It is not having any venom, and it is a tree snake. You will find them in the night time. It is a nocturnal species. Even cat snake, these trinket snake, they are nocturnal and they are found only in the night time. And this is the bronzeback tree snake. There are 3 species. One we have recently discovered from university, and we are writing a paper on that. We are yet to disclose it. We are not so far. Yesterday only we are completing that work. So maybe I may go for a genetic also. But this snake is very fast runner, and our campus every day I have from one other two department calls to rescue the snakes. So population is very good, and this campus, our campus is very rich. So anybody want to have a field trip, anytime fill. We have a good bird diversity, we have a good butterfly diversity, we have a good snake and frog diversity. If you come during the rainy season, you will find this campus green, complete green. Now you will find out it's all dry. And also we are developing a butterfly garden for campus, so it's in process. So you can always come. And this is another species. This species is named after one of the well-known herpetologists in the country, Dr. Varat Giri. He is now with the Reliance company in Gujarat. He is working here. Many species named on him. So this is one of the species which is named after him, Giriensis. And there are different types of teeth. We have these are all scientific terminologies. I will not go into detail of this, but these are the different types of dentitions which snakes have. Many a times this is a rat snake which you can see, and you can see this is that Jacobson organ which I was talking to about on the upper roof where they get the message. Okay, and then I was talking to about their semi-venomous. This is the fang, you can see the real fangs they have. Okay, just to paralyze their prey and catch hold of the prey. And we have a very small fangs here with the crate and cobras. Again, you see in the upper jaw, you will have a Jacobson organ. Every snake has that. It's not only rat snake. So their tongue is forked and they can sense this. Okay. So, and Viperidae, you have a solenic limbs where viper have a very big fangs, but they have a such a arrangement where they can fold their, you can see in this picture how the fangs are folded with the muscle. Okay, this is just osteology I have shown, but they have this muscle, and this muscle contraction, the fangs will rest in the upper jaw, and only during the situation of bite they will open the fang and they will bite you. Otherwise the fangs are always folded inside. Okay. And then we have different types of venom and how it reacts to your body. Your nervous system is affected, your blood system is affected, and so on. So I will not go into again detail in this. If you are bitten by a cobra, your nervous system will be affected. If you are bitten by vipers, your blood system will be affected. Okay, and of course my mother was bitten by Russell's viper early morning at 6 o'clock. And I treated her at home only, and of course then I took her to the GMC. So sometimes when you are bitten, you get panic. Ata hum mortalo. Sometimes ki jata yawani sabuni lok marta with high BP. Ata sorop sablo mata mortalo. That is the mindset. Okay, you should be cool, calm. Okay, so whenever snake is bitten, you wash your wound with the running water. Garam bira marshat. Don't bring any hot water and pour. Okay, don't put any sulfuric acid and all. Okay, don't try to give a cut. You have a veins. Okay, but you can give a cut only if you are expert. Not otherwise it's difficult, because one boy was bitten by a rat snake and he cut his veins from here and he died with the severe bleeding. So don't do all those foolish things. So if you are bitten, just be relaxed. I just devenomated her. Removed all the venom by pumping all her veins. And when I took her to the GMC, doctor said the venom did not, run to the broad body. So only the local swelling was there, and she was not given antivenom. And of course, she's a cancer survival patient. So giving antivenom is also again a venom. So if you are bitten by a rat snake or a non-venomous snake, and if you are given an antidote, you may die with the antidote. So there are a lot of possibilities. So be cool. Be cool. Be cool in the sense, don't sit at home. Be cool म्हणणारा आम्ही सांगला म्हणून be cool म्हणशात आणि घरात निच्छात. Okay, so don't do that. All that thing. You see the symptoms, and everyone's physiology is different. It depends. Sometimes there are dry bites. Dry bite म्हणल्यार there is no venom injected. Sometimes to just scare you off they will bite, but there is no venom injected in your body sometimes. So that's why whenever we as a snake rescuers, we catch them, we remove the venom by touching the fangs, some stick or something. So to avoid maximum venom entering in our body by mistake if it bites. But I have started catching snakes or rescuing snake, not catching, rescuing snake without touching them. So snake is not also harmed, and I am also not harmed. So these are the techniques I adopted for of late now, and only when I want to do some sex identification or something, I have brought a special plastic pipes. I insert the snake without harming him, and then do all my research work. But you have to be careful on this. So these are how the bites can be. I mean, how dangerous it can be. Okay, so effects of venomous snake bites. This is in viper case, this is in Elapidae, and this is in Viperidae. So be careful with one snake. I mean, one snake in sense, whichever venom you have to be careful. But if you are bitten by crate, you have to be special careful, because in that symptoms are not shown. Symptoms are shown very late. I have so many cases where people are bitten by crate, they don't have any symptoms, they are admitted to the GMC, then GMC doctors say there is nothing, and they are sent, and within 8 days they die. So there are possibilities. You need to be very careful on crate bites. So that's why crate, whenever we handle crate, we are very careful. Now otherwise I used to handle very casually, but now I'm taking a lot of care, because of course with age your reflexes goes low. So yeah, and this is a soft-scale bite. This was taken this. So blister formation and the swelling, the blood will ooze out from your wound. It will not stop. So the blood clotting agent will be dyed. So, and this is how shedding of skin. Many a times you will find snake shed skin, and many a times some skin remains. So yet charmers, snake charmers are there. They will fool you by saying sometimes they put hair with Fevicol and all and say this is the oldest. तुका कितें जाय तें माग तुका मेळटलें. तुमी मागीर पांयां बियां पडटा, तकली बिकली तेकयता, कितें मागता मेळ्ळें काय मेळना खबर ना. Maybe fortunately or unfortunately sometimes it is a coincidence, but many things have happened, such cases we have. But in Goa, fortunately, we have stopped all this, and even in India now, nobody is coming. भुरग्यापणार आमच्या खूब जाणांक खबर आसतलें जे पास्ट जनरेशन आसा, अश्वला घेवन येताले, the sloth bear, they used to play with, and they used to come, and during our school time we used to come and we used to see. So all such things we have stopped. So this shedding of skin is one of the process. Another very important, the two neighbors were fighting in my village. Literally they were fighting with all danda binda सगळे घेवन. कित्याक झगडटा म्हणून पळय जाल्यार सोरोप येवन रावला चुली कडेन. You know why? What I am telling you? The other fellow is saying here the neighbor has done black magic and the snake has come and stayed in my house. So they are fighting on the road. Snake is in the kitchen, but they are fighting on the road. So I said, what is the problem? So they called me that snake is not going from the house for last so many days. This fellow has done black magic and he is not going. Maka lan dila, cobra. Okay. So I went and I checked. Snake was under a molting stage. That's called the egg diasis phase. That is the transition phase of that particular snake. And that snake can't see. It becomes very lethargic. It doesn't feed. He can't see anything. And it remains on one place. Once the time comes, he will just remove its skin and it will go out. But these people are fighting. So such cases also we come across, saying that snakes, black magic. This is I won't call it as a flying snake, but it's a gliding snake. You find this snake good population in our Western Ghat and other regions. And how many a times people say the pythons swallow man. I don't have any such example, but they have natural food items like rats. They have sometimes now they have started preying on dogs, stray dogs, preying on cats, and so on. Okay, but sometimes they हे जर कोणे जाणट्यान पळयलें आपणें 2 तोंडाचो सोरोप तोंडांच्यान तोंड येयल्लें म्हूण सांगतलो तुमकां काणयो, हय काय ना. So such cases we are coming across many a times. तोंडांच्यान आनी एक तोंड आसलें, 2 तकल्यो वेगळ्यो, दोनांच्यान तोंड आनी एक तोंड आसलें म्हणटाले. So all these cases we are coming across, but this is a wrong way of feeding by this snake. This snake can die. Okay, usually they take head first and then the tail. Okay, these are some of the feeding habits. And of course snake take revenge. If that was possible for a snake, हांव ज्या जाग्यार वयता त्या जाग्यार म्हाज्या फाटल्यान एक तरी कोबरा आसतलो आसलो, because I have rescued thousands of cobras and other snakes. Okay, that is wrong. I will tell you, I don't know how much time I have. Snake drink milk. First of all, I am asking you a question. From where in nature snake will get a milk? Can someone answer? Now don't tell me cow. Huh? Cow will not stand like this, drink a milk. Huh? So you should be sensible enough to understand, no, the cow will give. The cow is friendly to all God, no? So she will help cobra to drink milk. So all such thing doesn't happen in nature. And snakes, natural diet is like calotes or rat or some other snakes, but snake don't drink milk. All these are afwa or wrong beliefs which are created. Green wine snake, as I have already spoken to you, it cannot pierce through your head. We tried all this. Rat snakes residing overnight can make person rich. Many times there was an offer for me. एक हाडून आमच्या घरान दवर रे बाबा तूं एक दीस आमगे न्हीद आमी तुका सगळें दिता. So it's all I don't know, sometimes people are so funny, they want to try every stunt. हांवें म्हणलें तूं एक काम कर, तूं मोडको लाय 10 रुपयाचो, हांव येना. So all such cases we are experiencing every now and then. So snake dance at the sound of flute. Snake चार्मराक तूं सांग स्टील राव आनी फ्लूट वाजय म्हणून. स्नेक हालत जाल्यार हांव 10,000 दितां. Why it waves, why it moves is because he is moving. श्रीदेवीन पयलीं म्हणल्यार ते सगळे नगिना पिक्चर काडला आनी सगळी वाट लायल्या. ते नाग येता आनी कितें येता, ऑल दोज थिंग्स आर नॉनसेन्स. So all these film industry also should understand what we are projecting and what our young generation is taking. So we need to understand. So तुम्ही आता श्रीदेवी पळयना आसतले, तुम्ही आता ते वेगळे कत्रिना कैफ आनी कोण कोण नवे येयले आता. ओके, सो nobody is naginas now, all are king cobras. So snake has hair. Sometimes they say snake has hair. So snake doesn't have a hair. Snake cannot grow hair. Only mammals can grow hair. Snakes don't have hair. Cobra head has a diamond. I would have been a luckiest person. म्हाका हांगा लेक्चर दिवपाची गरजूच नासली. घरा बसला ते हांव डायमंडान न्हिदलोलो आसतलो. So snakes don't have a diamond. The scale on the head looks like a diamond. And many people in UP and all, they have earned lot in the forest by fooling people, by putting lights and all underground and say somebody is putting on light and all. Made lot of money like that. I got that trick and I wanted to try in Goa, but I said no. Okay. So 5-headed snake, all these myths you are aware about. Python, swallow, man, 2-headed snake, which I have already spoken about. There are some snakes which are, as I rightly mentioned, like the snake towards your left is Travancore wool snake, which is not common in these areas, but in Western Ghat it is common. Then we have a kukris, we have a cobra crate, we have a 4-snake, big snake, which we call the cobra crate. We have a Russell's viper, we have a saw-scaled viper. You see the difference between the Russell's viper, saw-scaled viper. You with experience you will learn. And king cobra is the only snake which builds a nest, and it only feeds on other snakes. It is the snake eater, and when she is guarding the nest for 60 days, she will not feed or she will not move away from the nest. It is the only snake which builds a nest. And once the hatchlings start coming out from the egg, she will immediately leave because she is hungry, and she might eat her own young ones because she is hungry for 60 days. So there is all this such things. This is a mangrove species, dog-faced water snake. We have a good population of these species. Right now, one of my PhD students, she is working on this particular snake. These are the sea snakes. We have some sea snakes here, and of course there are mistaken identities. I will finish in another 2-3 minutes. There are mistaken identities. Sometimes people mistakenly identify the venomous and non-venomous snakes. Like how you see there are different snakes which you have here in kukri, saw-scaled viper, or maybe common cat snakes. The mistaken identity, many a times, one of my his friend was night, he had a party, and he saw a viper crossing the road. He thought it is a python. He tried to rescue it, put it in his behind dicky, and he was bitten by that viper, and he was really serious on the bite. So sometimes you have to be very careful when anybody asks you to, whenever anybody I get a call, I first investigate. I will see the snake what it is, because I know how it will behave, and accordingly we will go and rescue it. Cobra, and this is called as banded racer. It is mostly found near the river belts or the mangroves or the coastal, not inside the mangrove but on the periphery. And these are the three snakes on which I worked on, the pit vipers, which now one of my student, he is working on this Malabar pit viper, and this is hump nose pit viper. See how well camouflaged it is, and this is a bamboo pit viper. So these are three species. These are not true vipers, and they are not fatal to man. They are not, the bite is not going to kill you, okay? And this is just, I'm not going to go, these are the color variations, same snake, but you will find a different color variation among these. Somebody is working on the color variation impact of this. So these are how, and this is how the young ones look like. I have brought one on some occasions, female, gravid female, and this snake gives a direct birth to the live young ones, viviparity. It doesn't lay eggs. This particular snake gives a direct birth to the live young ones. And I brought this, I kept it in my bedroom, and one fine morning I found it's littering. The 9 of them came littered, okay. So it's very interesting. Then the bamboo pit viper, and of course habits and habitat. I'll not go into detail of this, but very importantly, most of the habitat is getting lost because of our unplanned development. They wanted to even have constructed a big concrete wall under the World Bank. They were giving a finance, and of course there's some remedy has to be done, but you can't concretize the mangrove. If you are concretizing the mangrove, one of our environmentalists, he asked the committee only one question: I am agreeing to your project, but only you tell me one thing, where the crocodile will lay the eggs. No answer. Project was rolled down. So there are certain things which we need to understand, like the habitat loss, wrong beliefs because of which the snakes are killed, forest fires, snake in the wildlife trade, human encroachment, presence of road in the sanctuary. If you go in the sanctuary, there is a many awareness campaigns are going on. Save frog, save frog. Where? In your pocket. Where you are going to save frog? So all this is happening. It's all publicity stunts. I'm sorry, they are doing a good job, but if somebody is eating, maybe in 18 lakh of population in Goa, if 5 people are eating bullfrog, it doesn't mean frog is going to vanish. We are killing its habitat. We have already killed its habitat, and which is a big problem. Road through the sanctuaries are killing you. You take one drive on Anmod Ghat or Cholla Ghat or Ambe Ghat or any Ghat or Karmal Ghat, you will find thousands of frogs killed because of roads. And we are saying save frog. We are spending a lot of money on saving frog by putting posters. Of course, the awareness is required, but actions are to be also initiated. So ecotourism is another big problem I would say. It's a big livelihood opportunity, but we are failing to manage it. I have stopped going to Amboli, one of the best spot for me as a hill station. Every year I used to visit for my research and other things, but I stopped off late. I've stopped going because it's all gone for ecotourism. All forest is gone. The tiger territory is from where the tiger is coming to Goa, all gone from there. So fire tracing and view line clearance, weed clearance, unsustainable use, human use of forest resources, global climate change. Global climate change is also a big problem for all these herpetofauna. Frog breeding season, the snake breeding season, the physiology, all this is changing. The genomic diversity is changing. So see how people are cutting the forest, how they are ruthlessly, like how for a Mollem project they have cut the full forest. So this is up to you now. See how the pristine private forest, when I was into private forest committee, the people were ready to even kill me. One of the MLA also told these local people, just throw stones on them. And it was so aggressive, people were so aggressive that we were declaring or identifying the private forest. So Goa is dying its slow death. So we are fighting a losing battle. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be emotional, but that's a fact. And you as a young generation need to understand what are you doing. Okay? Because these are our oxygen cylinders. These forests, what you see, are declared as private forests. But all rules are for common man, not for a big man. Okay? So mining is again, as you know, it would have been a nice if they had to do it in a well planned way, but Western Ghat is not being taken into account. All illegal mining, 35,000 crore of rupees was mismanaged. Nobody knows where it is gone till date. Luckily the Supreme Court intervened and banned. Of course, I'm not happy with it, but I never said stop mining, but you can have sustainable mining in the state. But a lot of snake diversity within that. The forest fire, many a times I see people just for a fun just put a fire in our campus too. There are not only insects, there are reptiles, there are snakes, there are so many things which are getting burnt. So the plateaus, this was supposed to be there was supposed to be a IIT initially in Sukur plateau. Today see, I'm hoping at least if there was a IIT, but this is what you see. This is not only killing that area, but it is killing the downstream, because these are the plateaus are the very, very important water storage tanks, and we are killing ourselves. Be careful. So a lot of these things, conservation strategies, I will not speak on. So thank you. If I would say if you have any questions, and nowadays a lot of turtles have come. So turtles have nested. If you are very much interested, please contact. I will organize it for you. But you should be ready to stay awake whatever time, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, they might come out from the pit. So you can really enjoy this. Okay. I hope I'm clear on my topic. So if there are any questions, you please can ask your questions.
Students can ask any questions if you all have.
Nowadays, students usually don't have any questions. They are on Google.
I'll just ask a simple question.
Yes, sir.
In mythology, we see snakes in different forms and different, in Hindu mythology basically. How, being a snake scientist, you look at it, or how the research papers think about this?
Okay, a very nice question. Actually, if you go back in mythology, I asked this question to one of the historian, and he gave a very lengthy answer. So I'll shorten the answer actually. So it is all basically mythological impact. What you see on Shankara, there is a cobra, or Durga Ma sitting on a tiger, or XYZ. These are the beliefs. These are the what you call our old generation. I mean, say ancestrals, where they tried to connect themselves to the nature. Okay, and how many of our villages are named after tiger, Wageri, or if there is Ambe Ghat, there are a lot of trees of mango, Ambe Ghat. All these mythological beliefs, where, and as a scientist, when I look at it, it is required. And where the today community are, how their community connected to the God, and in the name of God, they are protecting certain things. They would not call, they will not kill. Otherwise, usually, whenever they see a snake, they used to kill. So when you connect the mythology and your research, there is a lot of connectivity with the community, how the community-based conservation can happen. Like for Salman Khan's case, those people treat that particular deer as a god. Luckily, Salman Khan was escaped. Because in Bishnoi community, there is something called as Bishnoi community. What do you mean by Bishnoi? There is a 20 rules, ethical and wildlife rules and regulations within that particular community. They protect nature. And Salman Khan made a mistake of killing it. Of course, he is a big man, so somehow in managing. But when you look at the mythology and when you look at the scientific research, there is a lot of connectivity, and we have to have both a perspective taking into account for conservation. Otherwise, it cannot happen. But people, लोकांक सांगले त्या झाडार देंवता राहा. आता हांव तुमकां फिल्ड ट्रिपाक व्हरता आनी थंय एक झाड दाखयता, त्या झाडार देंवता राहा. हय काय ना? यू विल बिलीव मी? हय काय ना? हय काय ना? मोनी तुमी सगळीं? सोरोप बॉल्सान आसा, रामाशी 2 मिनटांनी काडटा. ओके, उलयना जाल्यार काडटलो, उलयत जाल्यार काडचो ना. So anyway, so I thank all of you. I think if there are no more questions.
Yeah, any questions? from the school students? Some confusions or doubts you have regarding snakes, you can ask him. He's a perfect person to answer your questions.
Yeah, somebody there? Don't feel shy asking question. Yeah? Any teacher? Madam? Yes? She has a question, but she is hesitating to
No,
ask.
I'm
I
not.
won't remove snake, madam. Please don't worry.
Actually, I'm not hesitating. I have many questions.
Oh, meet me after in my cabin.
Yes, yes. I need your contact number.
Yeah.
So
It is on the website.
well, I had that same question which he asked, that we are worshipping snakes and it's happening more in South India rather than in North India. So you have answered that. And second thing is, in my childhood, I had heard that मारून जे असता ताणे जर चावले जाल्यार जेवण त्या मनशाक अळणी लागता आनी ताका दुसरो सोरोप केन्नाच चावना. So what is the truth? Because this I am hearing from even now also.
Are you ready to take a bite of that snake? Okay, I will take a bite of that snake. But how you will know that I am talking the truth? Because I will have to taste the food, no? So that's why I am saying, are you ready to take a bite?
No, if the snake bites, मागीर जेवण सगळें त्या मनशाक अळणी लागता.
It is all wrong. Okay. I was bitten by Malun, but I got all tastes. Another question you said, like तो सोरोप चाबलो जाल्यार आनी खंयचो सोरोप चाबना.
Yes.
म्हणजे त्या सोरपांक कितें दिसता तूं सोरोप जालो म्हणून अशें कितें. So all these things are madam, all these things we have handled. And आनीक आसा, हांवें तुमकां चडशें मीच सांगलें. Many times I go for a rescue of snakes in Porvorim area, like Porvorim. ती तापोवन विचारता म्हाका, तो आमच्या घरान कित्याक गेलो? तो आमच्या घरान कित्याक गेलो? मॅडम रिलॅक्स, तूं तेज्या घरान येयल्या, तो तुज्या घरान येवंक ना. Because Porvorim was once upon a time forest. So what your question is, the first thing, it cannot happen because it doesn't have any sort of what you call the chemical or anything which can inject and you become tasteless. No. Second thing, as you say, other snakes will not know. How they will know that you are bitten by Malun? Others will have to wear a t-shirt. Malun tabla maga tu tabo naka. Something like this. Something should have, because snakes cannot sense. Your question is very nice, because such questions we come across many times when we go into the field. Yeah. Thank you, madam. You are coming from which area?
I teach at Khandola College. So
Okay.
these are all my students.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Khandola College.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Any students? These students? From which school you are? Have we give to her? Let me ask her a question. Yeah. Please, what is your good name?
My name is Soha.
Remove your mask, nothing will happen. COVID is gone now. Long back. Tell me.
My name is Soha Tendulkar.
Tendulkar, related to Tendulkar?
No.
Okay, so tell me, what did you understand? Any myth you know about where you stay?
Shiroda.
Shiroda, Kamakshi Shiroda.
Yes.
So there are no snakes there?
There are.
Which snakes are there? We are ignorant. We are ignorant about our ecosystems. Remember one thing. We all are connected to all these animals. Tomorrow, you remove human being, nothing will happen. If you remove one snake, a lot of things will go messed out on the earth. Remember this. This earth, this nature doesn't need humans. Which you have experienced during your COVID 21 days lockdown. Hoy kai na go?
Hi.
कितें जालें कोविडान? गवेरेडे तुज्या घरा कडेन येयले सोदपाक मनशां खंय गेली काय म्हणून. हय मुगो? ना कितें? हांव गेल्लो शिरोडा पळोवपाक. गवेरेडे तेंडुलकराक सोदताले. खंय गेले काय म्हणून तेंडुलकर. आनी तूं घरान बसलेलें भिवन कोवीड येतलो म्हणून. सो दॅट इज द पावर ऑफ नेचर, दॅट इज द पावर ऑफ वायल्ड एनिमल्स. And being into the wild for last 25 years, I can tell you, I can assure, you connect yourself to the nature, you don't need, and you will not have stressful life. And that is why I am living till very happily. आणि म्हाका जो कोण विचारता मास्क घालूंक ना, वॅक्सिन घेवंक ना, हें घेवंक ना, ना हांव घेवचो, हांव करचो ना काय. हांव कोविडान जावन मरचो ना, इतलें शुअर आहा. स्नेक बायटान मरोंक ना, स्नेक बायट जावंक ना अजून, पण कोविडान वॉट हॅज हॅपन्ड इज वी आर सायकोलॉजिकली इम्पॅक्टेड. हय मुगो तेंडुलकर पय रोखडेंच मास्क चडयलें. सो वी आर सायकोलॉजिकली कोवीड वयतकीरूय आमी मुगो थोडे दिसांनी तेंच घालूनच भोंवतले आमी. सो एनीवे नायस टॉकिंग टू आय थँक सर प्लीज.
The snakes have different colors, no? For example,
Sir.
you showed some nice pictures with the green color snakes, etc. I mean, is there any studies done, some research done on what you call the chemistry aspects of their
Sir,
colors?
it's ongoing, sir. And my student also is going to work on it, because we are finding in that Malabar pit web a lot of color variation, because I was not having time that time. There is some, I'm not recollecting the name, but we are working on that aspect. And in global level, they have worked on this. So there is something which is making them the color to match with the nature. So they keep on changing the color as per this one. So they have the understanding about that, which platform they are using and what color. Like chameleon. Chameleon, if they go on the branch, they will make their color brownish. If they go on the foliage, they will make their color green. So there is something, some chemical reactions which are there. It helps them to do that.
Even they release the different types of the skins. Sometimes that skin color will be, I mean, that skeleton, no?
Sir.
Sometimes it's a white color, sometimes it's a brown color. I mean, sort of a study is being done on that.
No. Basically, what happens is when snake grows big for the skin, there is a dermis and epidermis. There are two scales, two layers. So one of the layer they release it. So we have worked only when we see, we only work on the scalation to identify, but we have not worked on the other aspect. I can try on this, but we are going to work on this coloration. What you are talking about, we are going to work for this PhD work.
Another I had the doubt in my mind. You mentioned that the snakes eat rats and other these things, but they do eat green leaves.
No. But by mistake, if it goes also, it gets digested, because when they prey upon, sometimes by mistake, even sometimes maybe small wood might go, but it will digest it. It has a very strong chemicals in their liver, so it digests them. We are trying to work on that aspect, physiology and other things and chemical compounds. Thank you, students, and thank you, Sandesh, for inviting me last minute. Anyway, it was good. I always like to talk to students. I have a class at 11:30 now. Okay. So thanks, Avi.
Thank you,
Thanks, Professor Duri sir, and thank you all of you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Thanks.
please excuse me if I have gone wrong anywhere. Please. Thank you.
I would like to request Ms. Dviti.
Diti is here.
Yeah. I would like to request Professor Sundar Dari sir to please present a token of appreciation to Dr. Nitin Sawant.
Now, if you want to come and visit our animal house, you can visit. But I have only 2 snakes there, which are venomous. That's why I didn't get them actually. So, if anybody is interested, you can.
A big round of applause, please. If any of you have any questions, you all can always meet Nitin sir later. Thank you, sir. Now we will have a short tea break of 10 minutes, and within 10 minutes we have to be back here in the auditorium for the second lecture. So please quickly have your tea. It's the volunteers will show you all where to go. It's in the cafeteria. So quickly have a cup of tea and return here within 10 minutes. Thank you.
그냥.
From Goa College of Engineering College, Farmagadi, Ponda, Goa. Sir has about more than 35 years of experience of teaching. Sir did his PhD from IIT Mumbai in 2006, and his area of research on teaching are artificial intelligence, pattern recognition, machine learning, data mining. In addition to that, sir has attended several, in fact, participated in several national, international conferences in these areas. Sir has published more than 30 research papers in various, what you call the journals, scientific journals, international and national journals in the area of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and pattern recognition. So again, I have a lot of things to say, but because of the paucity of time, we should start our session. I request Professor to start your session. Sir.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. So, good morning to you all again. We will discuss one current topic, which is artificial intelligence. In particular, we would like to discuss trends in artificial intelligence. The first question is, what is artificial intelligence? What do you mean by this term? Various scientists, various authors, various researchers have given some explanation for this term. We will briefly see all those things. It may be making computers that think. So, artificial intelligence means making computers that think. So, this may be one possible option, one possible explanation, or it may be the automation of activities we associate with human thinking, like decision making, learning, and so on. We would like to automate the activities. You just see it, you don't have to bother about the entire meaning. Next possibility, that means defining artificial intelligence, is the art of creating machines that perform functions that require intelligence when performed by people. So, you want to imitate human beings in computer. So, that is the main issue here. Or one more researcher has given this idea, the study of mental faculties through the use of computational models. You would like to develop some computational models, mathematical models, for the way you are thinking and understanding the subject. still, we can also say that the artificial intelligence is the study of computations that make it possible to perceive, reason and act. Means we are giving various definitions of the term. Further, we can also tell that it is a field of study that seeks to explain and emulate intelligent behavior in terms of computational processes. One more definition is also available. It is a branch of computer science that is concerned with the automation of intelligent behavior. Further, we can also tell that anything in computing science that we don't yet know how to do properly, that is artificial intelligence. If you know how to do it, it is not artificial. If you don't know how to do it, it will be artificial intelligence. Likewise, various people have offered set of definitions, and we should know what exactly artificial intelligence is. So after going through all the definitions, after trying to understand the definitions actually, we can classify those thinking, those definitions in the four groups. We can say that one, the artificial intelligence means they are the systems that think like human, one possibility. Authors are actually thinking in four directions. First is, they are the system that think like humans, or they are the system that think rationally, or they are the systems that act like humans, they are the systems that act rationally. So these are the four categories we can try to understand from the definitions, because it is still evolving area. So people are having different opinion about the artificial intelligence. It is the way they are looking at. So we can think of four groups of definitions here. And if you observe this one once again, so we can see that one, there are human oriented. So first these two are actually human oriented, means you are targeting human. You want to make system just like human beings, just like thinking like human, acting like human. So human is our model, and computer has to imitate, computer has to do the things the way human beings are doing. Other possibility is actually the rational thinking, rational way of doing it. So if you are considering the rational, that means correct way of doing it and useful way of doing it, there is a rational thinking here, rational way of doing it. So then we are having two set of definitions. Again, if you see from the thinking process, system that think like humans, system that think rationally, in this way also we can group the definitions. Then other possibility is about the behavior, how computer has to behave. They should behave like humans, they should behave like human but rationally. So we have the different set of definitions, and we have to arrive at one particular concrete definition which is suitable for us. And each these four categories, no, we will see bit detail. So let us say systems that act like humans. And for that one, we are having a test called Turing test. We will discuss what is Turing test shortly. So there was some definition by authors. Okay. These are the definitions which suits actually the way we are thinking, that is system that act like humans. Okay. So let us see about the Turing test. What is the Turing test now? So we can see here, one expert is sitting in front of computer, there is a wall, on that side he don't know who is there. So the expert enters, you enter a room which has a computer terminal, you have a fixed period of time to type what you want into the terminal and study the replies. At the other end of the line is either a human being or a computer system. We don't know who is there other side. It may be a computer or a human being. If it is a computer system and at the end of the period you cannot reliably determine whether it is a system or a human, then the system is deemed to be intelligent. So this interrogator is asking a question without knowing who is the person other side of the wall. It may be one computer system or one human being, and they are giving the answers, and by seeing only the answers, if it is not possible to distinguish whether it is a human being or the computer, then the computer wins. Computer is successful in imitating the human thinking. That means it is becoming intelligent. So it is a Turing test. This is called Turing test, and Turing is one of our earlier data scientists who proposed this test to see whether we acquired intelligence in a computer. When you have to stop, we are actually trying to imitate human behavior in a computer, but when you have to stop, so he suggested when we achieve this particular test, then we can stop. So just like suppose you are trying to take test for computer, so computer may prepare like this way. It is a comic. So computer is having all the testing study guide. So maybe then it was actually trying to talk like a human. It's trying to actually imitate like a human. Okay. So the Turing test approach is a human questioner cannot tell if there is a computer or a human answering his question, and computer also must behave intelligently. Suppose if you are asking a question, what is 10 raised to 100 into some 1.23, again 9 raised to 5, like a big mathematical question. For computer is nothing. It can immediately perform and tell the answer. But if it is a human being, definitely have to sit and do that one. That means it has to take more time. The interrogator, by seeing the time, he can decide. So in that situation, computer has to think smartly. It has to delay the giving answer intelligently. So it has to try to confuse the interrogator about that answers. Because we know that one number crunching is easy for the computers. It is difficult for the human being. So likewise, computer can think intelligently. To achieve human level performance in all cognitive tasks, our listening, then computer vision, all these are tasks. So interrogator may ask to see certain thing, move certain thing, like all the activities it has to do, just like human being, all the cognitive tasks. So one simple example is there, how the Turing test means in a simple level. It is just for the demonstration like. So hope you can understand this cartoon. So here, for the fun sake only, the interrogator is a dog. So it hears a dog barking and some recorded barking. It cannot distinguish. Then we can say that one testing is passed. Okay. So this is what happens there. So it is actually Turing test is passed if that outside dog could not differentiate between the recorded one and the actual barking. Now, system that act like human. So this cognitive task includes natural language processing. Computer should be able to communicate in the natural language. The language human being is good. In that language it has to communicate. And you should be able to represent the knowledge, to store information effectively and efficiently. And you should give some common sense reasoning, automated reasoning. Then you should try to adapt to the new situation using machine learning. Machine learning means it has to improve the performance. So the total Turing test will be including two more issues. One is computer vision and the robotics. These two things you are adding to the Turing test so that we can perfectly judge whether a computer is learning or not. So we'll see the second situation. I am going back to the earlier slide. So you would like to briefly see the second one, that is systems that think like humans. You just want to see the definitions and what information we can gather from that one. Humans as observed from inside. Suppose we want to make computer to think like human being, then we should know about ourselves, how we are actually thinking, what are the steps involved there. So we have to understand how we are thinking and what are the steps we actually are taking for the thinking process. So from the psychological point of view, so introspection versus psychological experiments and cognitive science, that means to make the computer to think. So it is one of the definition. I'll skip it. Okay, another definitions. Okay, we'll come to the next part, that is another way of looking into the definition, that systems that think rationally. What do you mean by rational here? System that think rationally means laws of thought. Humans are not always rational. Rational means it is actually the correct way, or so that always it is helpful for us to improve ourselves. Whatever the thinking, whatever the action we are doing, it should help us to improve further. That is a rational thinking. It is rational defined in terms of logic. Generally, we may say that rational means logical. Okay, we can try to define in terms of logic. It may not always possible, but we can, from the computer field, we can use logic to define rationality. However, logic can't express everything. There are a number of uncertainty. In that case, logic will fail to represent. Logical approach is often not feasible in terms of computational time. Sometimes more computational time is requiring. So this is another definition. Okay. So we will just see the next part, that is systems that act rationally. So another way of looking into the definitions, and briefly see what exactly we mean by this particular rational agent. System that act rationally, a rational agent. So rational behavior means doing right thing, given right set of information. The right thing means that which is expected to maximize goal achievement given the available information. So giving answer to question is also called acting, and we don't care whether a system replicates human thought process, makes the same decision as humans, uses purely logical reasoning. So you want computer to act rationally, given correct set of information, it should behave correctly. So that is the rationality we mean. Okay, these were the definitions and that breakup and analysis we done it. So again, we come back to the term artificial intelligence. There are two words. One is artificial. So we can understand like it is produced by human art or effort rather than originating naturally. That means it is not natural. So intelligence is the ability to acquire knowledge and use it. That is intelligence. You are able to acquire knowledge and use it in better way. That is intelligence. So AI means artificial intelligence was defined as the study of ideas that enable computers to be intelligent. So we can say that one, this is the set of ideas which enables computer to becoming intelligent. Or AI is the part of computer science concerned with design of computer system that exhibit human intelligence. It is from the Oxford Dictionary definition. Okay, from the above two definitions, we can see that AI has two major roles. Study the intelligent part concerned with humans and represent those actions using computers. So we have to study the intelligence with the human beings, then you should be able to represent and use it in the computer. These are the two parts. So now what are the goals of AI, artificial intelligence? After seeing so many definitions, we can make some goals for us. First one is to make computers more useful by letting them take over dangerous or tedious tasks from human. Some dangerous tasks are very computation intensive tasks. Such tasks can be taken from the human being, can be given to the computer, so that our life will be easy, and understand the principles of human intelligence. This is another goal of artificial intelligence. Down you can see one robot which is trying to arrange blocks in particular order. So, when you are forming the artificial intelligence as a subject, one discipline in computer science and engineering branch, so we require some foundation. Means which are the essential subject we should study to understand artificial intelligence. One is actually philosophy. So, at that time the study of human intelligence began with no formal expression and initiate the idea of mind as a machine and its internal operators. Second is mathematics. So, mathematics is also one of the important foundation for the artificial intelligence. We should have good mathematical background. Mathematics formalizes the three main areas of artificial intelligence, that is computation, logic and probability. Computation leads to analysis of the problems that can be computed. Probability contributes the degree of belief to handle uncertainty. Decision theory combines probability theory and utility theory. So, don't worry if you don't understand anything, like it is some of the ideas you should know. Of course, you try to comprehend as much as possible. Next foundation required for the AI is psychology. How do humans think and act? We want to know the thinking process, and afterwards how we are taking decisions, what happens in our mind, how brain behaves, how neuron works, all those concepts we require to know. Then we need to know the study, we need to know the reasoning process and actions we are taking, and we need to provide reasoning models for AI and strengthen the ideas. Humans and other animals can be considered as information processing machines. So, all the animals or human beings, they are always acquiring information and processing it and using it. So, another foundation for the AI is computer engineering. Means computer technology we have to provide. Using computer engineering, and we want to know how to develop an efficient computer to handle AI problems and provide the artifact that makes AI application possible. The power of computer makes computation of large and difficult problems more easily. AI has also contributed its own work to computer science, means the number of concepts from the AI also useful for the in the computer also, like for example object-oriented programming. This has been developed first in AI and used in the programming later on. So, another one is the control theory and cybernetics, another foundation. Another foundation of the AI is the linguistic, because computers, that is AI systems, has to communicate with the users with their own language. So, natural language processing is one of the important concern here. For understanding natural languages, so different approaches has been adopted from the linguistic work. There are formal languages, syntactic, semantic analysis, knowledge representation, there are higher concept for the linguistics. Okay, we have seen foundation for the artificial intelligence. We have psychology, computer engineering, mathematics, the various foundations which we require to have. So, once we have the required skills, we can develop number of applications. And we can see some of the advantages, general advantages of using artificial intelligence. So using artificial intelligence makes computer more powerful and more useful, and it gives very useful interfaces, and it is helpful in solving new problems, and we can handle the information easily, and it relieves information overload, and we can convert information into knowledge. So these are the advantages of artificial intelligence in general. Some disadvantages. It may be increase in the cost, and there may be difficulty with software development. It may be slow and sometimes expensive too. And programmers may be less number who are good in AI. And market has to pick up. It's picking up now. So I'm just briefly tell about some of the important aspects of the artificial intelligence. Some recent trends there. Search actually is one of the fundamental technique in artificial intelligence. Whenever you say artificial intelligence, searching is one of the important activity. So what do you mean by searching? Searching is actually searching for a solution. A problem is given and we would like to get a solution, so that process is called as the searching. So search is either a blind search or informed search. There are two types of searches. So blind means we don't have any extra information, whereas informed means we have some extra information. In the space we move without worrying about what is coming next, but recognizing the answer if you see it. If you see the answers, we will definitely recognize it. Till then you are going further and you are not worrying about what comes next. So it is a blind search. We keep on searching for the solution, and we don't have any extra information on the problem domain. Whereas informed means we have some extra information, so we will guess, we will make some prediction about the solution and use that prediction or information to decide where to look next. In both the search process, moment we get the solution, we may stop, or we are keep on trying it till you are getting the best possible solution. So there are two approaches. Moment we get the solution, we may stop it, or we may continue to get improved solution. This is the search we are using in the artificial intelligence. Basic idea. Second concept is the knowledge representation and reasoning. Everybody is having knowledge and we need to represent it in the computer. So we need to know how to represent, how to store it, then how to retrieve it. So AI programs need to store the knowledge in a particular way and extract it and use it to solve the problems. This is very important aspect. So in every AI, first is searching. We should know how to search a solution. For searching, we require the knowledge. Knowledge has to be represented. It is the second step in the AI. So if we are going to act rationally in our environment, then we must have some way of describing that environment and drawing inferences from that representation. So how do we describe that? What we know about the world? So we should know some formalism. Then in concise way how to describe. How do you describe it so that we can get hold of the right piece of knowledge when we need it? We should be able to get the knowledge as and when we require. How do we generate new piece of knowledge? How do we deal with uncertain knowledge? Likewise. So the knowledge which is required for artificial intelligence can be divided into two varieties. One is called declarative knowledge, other is called procedural knowledge. So declarative knowledge means it deals with the factoid questions like what is the capital of India, likewise. So information we are giving it. Procedural knowledge deals with how we are doing it, how exactly we are doing it, the procedure. Procedural knowledge can be embedded in the declarative knowledge also. So I can store information regarding each of the student and in which class they are studying, the name of the student along with the class. Then I can define the classmates. I can say there is a procedural knowledge, the classmates. Classmates means if the two students are studying in the same class, they are classmates. In that way, I will tell the computer how to find classmates. So likewise, I can keep on add the procedural way and the declarative way. So declarative way means collection of the information directly, their name, their age, their class, all those things. And procedural means using some query, using some questions, something like extracting more information from the set of declarative knowledge. So these are the two knowledge and we are using it in the AI. So next step is actually one is called planning. So planning is also one of the important activity in AI. So searching, knowledge representation and the planning. So given a set of goals, construct a sequence of action that achieves the goal. So we have knowledge, we have definitions, we have procedures defined. Then we wanted to have certain goal to be achieved. Then to achieve the goal, what are the actions required? That is the planning. So planning is trying to get a sequence of actions. Often very large search space means a lot of information will be there. That is the search space. Most parts of the world are independent and most other part like means we are trying to becoming independent, means available data we can make into different chunks, we can try to see independent so that parallelly we can work on them so that result will be faster. That is why we are seeing them as independent. We start with the goals and try to connect with them to the actions. And order of planning, order of execution may not be required. So if the world changes, that means world means some assumptions we are making it that changes, then how we are changing the plan. So these are the aspects you have to see in the planning. Next important task is actually the learning. Every artificial intelligence has to do some learning activities. Learning means to improve ourselves. With learning, we are gaining more knowledge. You are trying to improve our performance. That is the learning. So if a system is going to act truly appropriately, then it must be able to change its action in the light of experience. We are getting more experience and we are trying to improve our performance. So how do you generate new facts from the world? How do we generate new concepts? These are also some issues with the learning. How do we learn to distinguish different situations in new environments? So likewise, this learning is also very important and one of the important activity in artificial intelligence. And the last one is interacting with the environment, very important activity with the AI. So in order to enable intelligent behavior, we will have to interact with our environment. How do we interact? How AI has to interact? Using the cognitive task. So properly intelligent systems may be expected to accept sensory input, vision, what we see and what we hear. So all those information has to feed to the computer. And computer has to understand the language and recognize the speech and generate the text, speech and graphics. And we need to move. That means robotics is required. So we have to move certain parts and do the inspections and other activities. So interaction with the environment is also very much important. Okay. So these are all some of the activity associated with the AI. Okay. So searching, knowledge representation, planning, learning and interactions, which are the important sub area of the artificial intelligence. Each one is actually is very important and developed like anything like if you want to develop any AI systems, then we need to know all these things. And briefly we can see now the history of artificial intelligence. It's a long history, starting from ancient Greece, Aristotle. Many people have contributed with their own ideas. Okay, and basically we can trace the development of the AI starting with the computer itself. When the computers themselves started, that time only we can see it is around 1940 onwards. Actually, we can see the development of the modern artificial intelligence. So there was one conference called Dartmouth Conference during the year of 1956. So some of these people, the data scientists involved in that particular meeting, and they coined the term called artificial intelligence. They proposed this term for this type of study. And Turing test was proposed in 1950, and there was one path-breaking article by Pamela, that is Machines Who Think. Okay. Next, we can classify the history into the periods. So early periods, 1950s and 60s, people were developing the game playing, theorem proving, and neural networks. They thought that one developing these things is enough for the AI. Later on, after the 1960s up to the 1970s, then expert system developed. Then after the 80s, then there were a number of commercial applications were developed. So boom in knowledge and rule basis. Then afterwards, after 90s, we have real world applications, modeling, better evidences, use of theory, all those things are happening in recent years. And the topics which emerged are data mining, formal models, genetic algorithms, fuzzy logic, agents, neural networks, autonomous systems, so on. There are a number of applications, some like usual recognition or traffic, medical diagnosis, directory inquiries, power plant control, automatic cars. Likewise, there are a number of applications are developed. So you can see one of the comic strip now, because it is a bit overdose for you so far. So two people are discussing. One is actually trying to incorporate artificial intelligence in the particular company. So that was the reply he is getting. He is concerned about the decrease in real intelligence. So you are trying to make computer intelligent. Then what about the human beings? So we will keep quiet, not doing anything. So that is the decrease in real intelligence. That is what actually this comics tell. Okay, whenever you are discussing AI, there will be two categories. One is symbolic, other is sub-symbolic. Symbolic AI is concerned with describing and manipulating our knowledge of the world as explicit symbols, where these symbols have clear relationship to entities in the real world. Means we are using some symbols to represent some of the activities. Then we need to analyze that one. So sub-symbolic means it is a neural network, is more concerned with obtaining the correct response to an input stimulus without looking inside the box to see if parts of the mechanism can be associated with discrete real world object. So symbolic AI means we are using the logic, and sub-symbolic means it is about the neural networks. And we see some of the applications. So artificial intelligence are used in autonomous planning and scheduling. That means automatically moving rovers. So when you are sending satellite to orbit, one satellite may go to the Mars orbit and try to enter into Mars and land there. Then it will send some autonomous rover there to collect the data. So all these things are actually AI, artificial intelligence only. So they are taking correct decision at the correct time and sending the important information back to the Earth station. So autonomous rovers is one of the application. You can see that one. It is happening just because of the artificial intelligence. Then telescope scheduling. So telescopes may be stationed somewhere in the orbit, and it can be controlled automatically from the Earth station and to get the proper information. So without human intervention, they are automatically performing. And you are getting huge amount of data, then analyzing the data. So celestial bodies are there in the sky, so you have to group them into particular pattern and try to infer the information. Then in the medicine field, so image guided surgery. So there are robots available to perform some surgery which is very complicated, and it is possible because of the development of the image processing and artificial intelligence. And image analysis and enhancement, we can enhance and we can try to get the proper information and try to analyze using images. And in the transportation, so driverless vehicles are common these days. If not in India, it is available in other places. And autonomous and vehicle control systems are all automated. So it is one of the comics which we can see. That means there is no responsibility. So we can blame AI systems for any problem which happens there. So that is one of the issues we have to tackle. So speeding, over speeding actually here, police are stopping, then that was the answer given by the passenger. Now, in the transportation again, we have some application for the pedestrian detection. When the driverless car is moving on the street, then it has to recognize any pedestrian is on the road. So image processing will help us decide whether there are any person moving in the road. So accordingly, it can take the decision. Then of course, one of the important applications is the games. So everybody is happy with the games. So now games are available everywhere, and definitely they are becoming intelligent. So AIs are used mainly in the games. So we can develop the games, and it's a big industry these days. Of course, we can get a future in the game industry also, if you know the AI properly. Of course, the chess is one of the important game, and we claim that one computer can defeat a world champion. That also that happened actually. So concept is that human beings who are playing chess called as intelligent person. So any person who is playing chess is called an intelligent person. So if we develop a program which will defeat that particular human being, then that program can be called as intelligent. In that logic actually, they are working. They wanted to develop one computer which will defeat the world champion in the chess game, so that we can claim that computer has become intelligent. Okay, in that process actually they are successful. They could develop the system which could defeat one world champion, Garry Kasparov. Even robotic toys have come into the market. Using robotic toys means it's available everywhere. With a remote control, we can work it with the toys. There are a number of other applications in the bioinformatics, gene expression data analysis, prediction of protein structure, text classification, document sorting, just like web pages, we can sort them, emails, we can sort them, video image classification, music composition, picture drawing, natural language processing. There are so many applications which are developed, still being developed now and used by many. So this is one of the cartoon. I don't know how much you can understand. So It is based on the concept like, that is our definition. Artificial intelligence means what? Development of computer systems able to perform tasks that normally requires human intelligence. That was one of the definitions. So AI system means developing systems that are able to perform tasks that normally require human intelligence. Okay. So AI activity means actually where currently there is a difficulty for the human being that you are trying to solve it. The curse of AI means as soon as a problem in AI is solved, it is no longer considered as the AI problem because we solved it, because we know how to solve it. So AI invents itself out of the existence. That means we have AI problem, we attack it, we solve it, and we say that one is no longer AI problem. So this thing happens there. So that may be the curse of the AI. So for example, you could read first one. So you may claim a computer that can beat grand chess master in a chess game. Okay, that we can say. We are claiming that one. A critic may say that one. What is there actually? What is great in that one? That is not AI. That is just a brute force algorithm that calculates all possible moves in chess. Same thing like what computer does means it computes all possible moves because it is having huge amount of memory, huge computing power. At one time it computes all possible moves, rate them and picks one best one. So if we can do it actually we can do it, but our memory is not possible for us actually to remember some moves more than 4 level, but computer can remember and perform it. So just because it is having computational power it can do it. Nothing great. It is a cryptic answer. Whatever we claim that we have done it, so no longer it is AI problem. For example, the program that can converse and be your therapist. So there are many therapists available, chat box. So that is just a dumb chatbot that just scans for keywords and parrots back what you say. So just whatever you say, same thing it says in different way. That is only the chat box. If you observe the chat box, maybe the number of chat box, help box available there. So they do same thing like whatever you say on the basis of that one, it is coining some other words and reporting it back. If you say we do speech recognition, then say that is just statistical acoustic modeling using hidden Markov model. So there is a standard technique available there that we are using it and we solve it, nothing great in the AI. Suppose if you say we do facial recognition, my computer automatically recognizes you. Then critic may say, so it is actually using linear discriminant analysis and elastic band graph and matching and also hidden Markov model. So using these techniques we can do it. It means we propose the way to solve the problem. Moment you solve the problem, no longer becomes a problem. Okay. So whatever you say means we say that this is just an algorithm, it's a program. So means all of them actually some good area of research and still work is going on. It's not actually reached complete saturation, but still actually we can say that one, always we can argue that one, what is the intelligence is there? It is actually just a program, just a mathematics, just a computation. So intense computation. Since computers have much memory, much computation power, we are doing it. Okay. But anyway, it is possible to show that one whatever we can do, computer can do. In that way actually we achieved the intelligence. Some of the ethical issues also we can consider. So whenever AI comes, then what are the ethical issues? So one complaint may be people might lose jobs. If computers are doing the jobs of the human being, then people may not be required to do the same job. So people might have too much leisure time. So everything computer does, so human being may be lazy. They may not be doing anything useful. People might lose sense of uniqueness because whenever you are using computer or the machine, so all the results will be look alike. That means there is no difference. Means same thing, same routine thing or same type of output will be provided, then you cannot see the uniqueness. Human beings at least, suppose each one doing some different variety will be there, some type of differentiation will be there, so that you can enjoy those work. But sometimes monotonous thing also will be boring. If there is no differences, only uniqueness, it is boring. People might lose privacy rights. So you may lose privacy. So because Google, Facebook, all are actually monitoring your activity. Wherever you go, they are following it, and they will suddenly, if you go to one hotel or some mall, immediately they are sending some message to you like, okay, you rate this particular shop, this particular item, likewise. So they are always after you like. Wherever you go, they are also knowing it. That means you may lose our privacy. Sometimes you want to go on our own way, so sometimes it's not possible because they are snooping on us. People might not be held accountable for certain actions, just like overspeeding. So we complain that one, okay, that is the autonomous vehicle, driverless vehicle, it is the overspeeding, not me. Likewise, law enforcing official may have some problem, so whom to charge? Machines may replace the human race, it may be at the end. So if the development goes on actually, so one day machines may replace human race. So that only in movies we are seeing these days. It may happen one day, we don't know. So I have some more information actually, means just to check what is our status of the AI, where we reached. So should I continue, or seeing the status of you actually looks like I think I should not continue, because it is a bit technical stuff, and you are maybe in 9th and 10th. I think there is no point in pouring lot of information on you. Listen. Another 5 minutes. I will briefly tell you, try to understand whatever is possible, okay? Yes. So what does AI really do? So as we discussed previously, knowledge representation is possible, automated reasoning is possible, planning, machine learning, natural language understanding, machine vision, so on actually. If you want to see how much we achieved in all these things. Okay, so this is the programming without IE and with I, with AI, without artificial intelligence and with artificial intelligence. Okay, I'll just skip this one. Okay. So constructing an intelligent machine. Suppose I want to construct one machine which is to be intelligent. So what are the things I should have? Should I have fast hardware, foolproof software, or that computer or machine should be good in chess playing, should be good in speech interaction, speech synthesis, speech recognition, speech understanding, or it should be good in image recognition and understanding, learning, planning and decision making. Means if it is good in all these things, can we call it as intelligent? That's the question actually. So you will see it. First question is, can computers play humans at chess? Can computers play humans at chess? It was proved. Chess playing is a classic AI problem. It is well-defined problem. So well-defined means actually we have specific starting position. The starting of the chess game is predefined, and we know how to decide the end game. Means whether one person is winning or losing or draw is very easily detectable. So that means we have number of moves, legal moves defined for each of the board positions. So all these things are actually well defined. So we can write the program easily. If the problem is well defined, we have proper initial step, proper end step, and we know how to apply the rules, then it is very easily developed. But it is very complex because at each step we have a number of possibilities and we have to pick up the best possible move. So Gary Kasparov, he was actually chess champion earlier. He was defeated by IBM Deep Blue machine. So what the conclusion means? Yes, today's computers can beat even the best human being. So chess playing is actually not a problem. We can claim that computer can play very good chess game. Next, can we build hardware as complex as the brain? So brain is very complex. So is it possible to develop hardware which is equivalent to the brain? How it is possible? So first you see the brain, how complicated our brain is. So brain is a collection of neurons. A neuron, a nerve cell, is the basic information processing unit, estimated to be on the order of 10 raised to 11 neurons in a human brain. Many more synapses, means interconnection between neurons, connecting these neurons. Then cycle time, that means the processing time will be 10 raised to minus 3 in milliseconds. So what about the computers? How complex we can make computers? 10 raised to 6 or more transistors per CPU. Each transistor may be equal to 1 neurons. Supercomputers, hundreds of CPUs and 10 raised to 9 bits of RAM. Huge amount of RAM will be there. Cycle times on the order of 10 raised to minus 8 seconds. So it is faster than our neurons. So our conclusion is that yes, it is possible to develop hardware as complex as the brain. In the near future, we can have computers with as many basic processing elements as our brain, but with far fewer interconnection than the brain. But building hardware is very different from making a computer behave like a brain. We can develop a hardware, but making that particular hardware to behave like a brain is actually a difficult task. Because we have something called common sense reasoning. So depending on the situation, we are reacting. So that type of common sense reasoning cannot be given to the computer, because we cannot program everything. At the particular moment, what is actually the currently available, we are reacting it. That type of instant reaction actually cannot come to the computer right now. So common sense reaction reasoning is not possible. So we can't claim that one. We can imitate human brain, but we can construct hardware. Hardware can be constructed. Now another question is, can computers learn and adapt? So is it possible to have a computer system which will learn from the experiences? I have some experiences. Because of the experience, I am improving performance. That is learning. I am adapting to the new situation. So learning and adaptation, consider a computer learning to drive on the freeway. We could code lots of rules but about what to do, and we could have it learn from experience. So by running on the road, it can try to get the knowledge and it can improve itself. So machine learning allows computers to learn to do things without explicit programming. Means by experience, you are improving the performance. So what is our conclusion means? We have a lot of algorithms, lot of tools available using which we can make computer to learn. So it is yes, computers can learn and adapt. That is possible when presented with information in the appropriate way. Only thing is we should have the proper data set. So then it is possible that computer can learn and act like human being. Can computers talk? Can you make computer talk like you, converse with you? So this is known as speech synthesis. So translate text to phonetic form. Okay. Then use pronunciation rules to map phonemes to actual sound. So it is possible we can break into the phonetic words, then we can try to get the mapping there. Then the difficulty is sounds made by this lookup approach sound unnatural, and sounds are not independent. But we need to work it on that one. Then a harder problem is emphasis, emotion, etc. So humans understand what they are saying, machines don't. So they sound unnatural. So whenever you say you are happy, by our tone only we come to know that we are happy or sad. But for the machines actually, It is simply telling something like without knowing what is happiness, what is sad behavior, that emotions actually it is lacking. So conclusion is, so no, it is not possible currently to make computer talk just like human beings. It can speak out words without any emotions. Simply the words it can repeat it, but without any emotions. Now, can computers recognize speech? So, speech recognition, mapping sounds from microphone into list of words. It is actually a hard problem, but computer actually can be developed to recognize the speech and recognize single words from a small vocabulary. System can do this with a high accuracy. Only thing is vocabulary has to be defined. So, certain extent it is possible that computer can recognize the speech. Recognizing human speech, recognizing normal speech is much more difficult because speech is continuous. Where are the boundaries between words? And large vocabularies can be of many thousands of possible words. And anyway, conclusion is normal speech is too complex to accurately recognize. For restricted problems, it is yes. Means this particular question that can computer recognize human speech? It is partially yes, and in general case it is no. Okay, can computers learn and adapt? Yes, we have seen it. Can computers plan and make decisions? So, planning and decisions, so we say that one, no, real world planning and decision making is still beyond the capabilities of the modern computers. Very well defined constrained problems are possible. Generally, a good planning is actually, and decision making is still lacking in the computer systems. Only if you define the domain and restrict the problems, then only it is possible to do the planning and decision making. Can computers see? So, recognition versus understanding, like speech, recognition and understanding of objects in a scene. If you look around the room, we can effortlessly recognize many things here. We can see the tube lights, we can see the lights, we can see the chairs, all those particular gadgets are the any items we can recognize. But same thing is not possible for the computer. If you have the computer camera and roam around here, to recognize the item means it is not possible for the computer unless you have defined the program explicitly like. So, we have given training about this particular room in advance, then only it can recognize certain items. Otherwise, by seeing and recognizing is not developed as we wanted. Why is usual recognition a hard problem? You see that one character A is defined actually. So, for us actually not a problem. Everything you can recognize A, maybe upside down or dark or light. So, whatever way it is, we recognize it as a character A. For us actually it is easy to do it. For the computer it is very difficult because we have to give examples for everything like. If you say A looks like the first example, first one, then it remember that one. Then you should say A like this way also like. So, it is very hard problem for the computer to know that one A can be represented in different way. For us actually, we know how to recognize the characters in whatever the shape, directions. So, such facility has not come to the computer. So, it is no, computer cannot see. So, mostly no, computers can only see certain types of objects under limited circumstances, but as for certain constrained problems. Means we know in advance this particular area, then we can train the computer, then we can make it to see the things. Otherwise, unknown area means it is not possible for computer to recognize every item. So some summary of the state of AI systems in practice. So speech synthesis, recognition and understanding, very useful for limited vocabulary applications. Unconstrained speech understanding is still too hard. Computer vision works for constrained problems. Understanding real world natural scene is still too hard. Learning, adaptive systems are used in many applications, but they have their own limits. Planning and reasoning only works for constrained problem. Means we have a lot of assumptions we are making it, then only it's possible. General problem is not possible. Real world is too complex for a general system. Overall, many components of the intelligence systems are doable, means we can do it with some restriction. There are many interesting research problems remaining. So means lot of scope is there for the improvement. So after you go to higher secondary, then engineering or some of the branches will go there, then we can think of these problems and we can contribute to develop these ideas. We can make it to see in better way. Here different, we can identify some problems and we can work on that one to contribute to the artificial intelligence. So intelligent systems in everyday life. In everyday life, we can see the intelligent systems. In post office, we may use for automatic address recognition. Right now it is not there. We can make this possible. Moment any envelope comes there, sorting has to be happen automatically. In banks, automatic check reader, signature verification system, automated loan application classification, many of the things are actually already there in place. Telephone companies, automatic voice recognition for directory inquiries, automatic fraud detection, classification of phone numbers into groups. So all these things are actually available. Credit card companies, automated fraud detection, automated screening of application, likewise, they are also available. In any of the companies, computer companies, automated diagnosis for help desk application. So likewise, many places we can find the application of the intelligence system or artificial intelligence. Okay, there are some applications, consumer marketing and all. I think we can just skip this one. Okay, I think I will conclude my sessions. So artificial intelligence is about building intelligent agents. There are many very interesting sub-problems to solve: learning, vision, speech and planning. Surprising progress has been made, autonomous cars, chess computers, but surprising lack of progress is also a fact. That means visual object recognition. There is no doubt that AI has a bright future. Technology is increasing and getting smarter. Okay. So we are having a very good future for the AI and it is helping us to develop better system. So these are the two books and there are a lot of information available in the Google. So I have taken information from the Google online resources and the Stuart Russell and the Peter Norvig, Artificial Intelligence. This is the best book available. We can refer it whenever we require any information about the AI. So thank you very much for the patient listening. And if you have any doubt, so please ask.
Yes, if you all have any questions for sir.
If it is more technical, I'm very sorry for that one. I don't know how to reduce it to lower level.
So yeah, it was a technical talk. I would just like to know, suppose we said we are making a system learn. How difficult it would be to make system to learn the emotions or say anger. So how difficult that thing will be for an AI to teach a system what are the emotions are.
So that is actually research area like. So lot of research has been done and it is actually in the limited domain actually. For example, we are taking Twitters. The Twitter, people are doing some communications regarding any event. For example, some earthquake happens there or maybe elections or maybe some sport like. That time we can see the pattern of the messages occurring there and we can get those messages and it is possible to interpret what is the hidden sentiment there. Sentiment can be extracted. The work is going on. In many of the cases, actually, it is successful, but always success rate is very less. But work is going on, and one day definitely we can use it, all the system, to capture the sentiments. So in many of the area, maybe any Facebook data you can take it, or the Amazon, whatever that any user reviews will be there, and we can, for a particular product, we can just see the user reviews, and we can identify whether that particular item is good or bad, and how the product is like. So automatic systems are there to analyze the user reviews. So such things are there, and they are using it.
So basically, it will need a large number of database, I guess.
Data
for,
set is
for a
required.
system to learn.
Yes, and we are actually training the systems, and because of the deep learning nowadays, actually deep learning is the new keyword there, and it is possible that we can go under and we can try to extract lot of hidden knowledge. So different layers are possible, and we can try to go inside and get proper sentiment hidden inside the messages. It still is going on, and it is possible also.
Yeah, I just have one more question. Suppose now this AI in terms of or application of AI in robotics. So if we develop a fully humanized robot, what we call, how difficult it will be human to control that robot? Because if robots start ruling the earth, I would say, how it will be difficult for human to get back or to get them under control.
Okay, lot of movies are there actually.
Yeah,
They
that's
are
what
coming in this
actually-
one actually, and always we are thinking it's only in movies. But as the day by day progressing, it may be possible that such things may arise. But only thing is about that one, the common sense reaction and all, it may be limited there. And we important thing is actually you have to understood our brain actually. Our brain is very complex. So if you understand our brain, then you can try to copy it. Many of the things actually, how we are interacting, how we are answering it, how we are actually giving our reply, no, you cannot explain it in the formulas there. And our brain power is still not understood. Only after understanding our brain power is possible. Right now, if that thing is happening, then it is actually disastrous actually. We don't know. We have to see that movies only once again.
Yes, yes. Thank you, sir.
So we have a robot that is Sophia. I think that's the first humanoid robot. And I have seen one video wherein she is interacting with one human only. And whatever questions are asked, she is giving some reactions also to that, like raising the eyebrows, smiling, or if some negative thing is there, then she will make that face also. So can you tell us more about this, how these kind of things are also put in, meaning how that Sophia was able to kind of emote all those things?
That is actually maybe trained in the particular domain. Maybe the Sophia, she can take questions or can communicate only in the particular domain. Okay. Maybe in the sports domain or something like any entertainment, something like only that domain actually. And there it is possible. So for certain keywords are there, moment that keywords are there, it has to do this expression linked to that one. So it is possible to train. So suppose something like conversation is going in happy way, or some surprising thing like then raising the eyebrows or making sadder face when something is bad like. So we can trigger that action. That triggering is possible like. Some of the other activities there. So all this body part can be controlled, means it is possible like. But only thing is we should have trained it. Means we know that one, these are the possible audience, these are the possible questions like. So that Sophia must be having a lot of data set. Means whatever the question you are asking it, it must be actually earlier trained to that one. If it is not known, no, then also it is a limited way it can react.
Okay.
So it is depending upon the training and the identifying the phrases which are actually creating some emotions and triggering those activities, some of the body movement. Okay. It is possible to do the programming.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
So thank you very much for your patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Duri sir to present a token of a memento as a token of love and appreciation to sir. I would like to request Aniket to present a memento to Duri sir for being the chairperson of this session. Big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Okay, everyone, please be seated for a few minutes. We have the first speaker coming again, probably for a demonstration. In the meantime, I will just screen some short movies, and then at 1 o'clock, we will proceed for lunch. Okay.
India is the fourth largest automobile market in the world and is projected to become the third largest in the year 2021. This increased mobility has a downside. More vehicles on the road means greater emissions, more pollution. India also imports 83% of the oil it consumes, making it one of the biggest importers of oil in the world. Which is why there is an ambitious target pushing for 30% of our vehicles to be electric by 2030. How will we achieve this? What is our manufacturing capacity to make these vehicles? How will we set up the charging infrastructure to support the use of these vehicles? How will India manage to be fully self-reliant as far as electric mobility is concerned? One of the highest sources of pollution in India is from vehicles. Emissions from fossil fuel powered vehicles contribute 60% of particulate matter in atmospheric pollution and over 20% of CO2. Nearly 2/3 of deaths from air pollution can be attributed to diesel vehicle exhaust emissions in India. Electric vehicles, EVs, are a positive and sustainable way forward. They run completely on electricity and do not emit deadly hydrocarbons. The EV manufacturing ecosystem in India is still in its nascent stage. To propel this, the government has been putting many robust policies in place that can help this sector. In our journey to self-sufficiency, there is the hope that India will become a global hub in this area. Companies like Hero Electric Vehicles Private Limited can play a big role in this journey. They are pioneers in the Indian electric two-wheeler industry. 10 years back, this company started moving into the manufacture of electric two-wheelers.
When we launched effectively in 2007, we created a separate company, launched a completely separate, got in a separate team. I was very clear at that point that this team has to be completely 100% focused on this sector. It cannot be that we are a sub-sector or a sub-company of one of our larger companies, simply because this requires even more attention to detail than what the conventional businesses were at that point. But very clearly, the writing on the wall for the past number of years has been that we have to move towards cleaner vehicles. We have to move away from polluting vehicles.
So, how does an EV work? All electric vehicles, EVs, have an electric motor instead of an internal combustion engine. The electricity saved in the battery powers the motor. This is the biggest difference to internal combustion vehicles, in which the engine exhausts fossil fuel to generate that power. As such, EVs have no need for the engine and transmission, the two of the most crucial components for internal combustion vehicles. Since there is no burning that happens, there are no emissions as we find in conventional two-wheelers. Electric vehicles have no clutch or gears, so there is no friction that happens in the engine itself, since there are less moving parts. The electric motor converts the electrical energy to mechanical energy, which is what moves the vehicles forward.
It's basically a battery which is rechargeable, and it depends on what technology you're using, so that battery could be recharged a few hundred times to a few thousand times.
Check. Okay, the first speaker will not be coming right now. He'll be coming maybe after lunch. So we'll be proceeding for lunch right now. Just before we proceed for lunch, I have two spot prizes to give out. Okay, so it's for the students only, not for the teachers. Just one or two questions I'll ask you all. If you'll get it right, you'll come to the stage, say it out on the mic, and you can get a spot prize. So spot prize is a nice pen. Okay, so you can use it for your exams or whatever it is now since you're coming offline. Okay, So one question that I have to ask is, we recently got a state butterfly. Can anyone tell me the name of this butterfly, the state butterfly of Goa? If you can, please come on stage, answer it, and you get a prize. This is your current affairs topic. It's a general knowledge topic. You all should know this, being in Goa. Anyone? No one? It was in the news also. Maybe just last month. You have to come on stage and answer it. Come quickly.
It's Malabar tree nymph.
Yes, that's right. Give a big round of applause. Come on stage. It is referred to as the Malabar tree nymph. Okay, so you all can Google it and see what the state butterfly looks like. Yeah. So for you, just look in the camera over there. It's okay. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, one more question I have. Now we have heard of this space exploration, this space, we have sent some satellites into space and everything. Now I want to know, in India, which is the agency that does it? I want the full name of this particular agency that does it. Yeah. Come, if you know the answer, come running over here. If anyone else knows, can come running here and tell me the answer. I want the full name of this agency.
It is Indian Space Research Organization, ISRO.
Very good, very good. Big round of applause. Come on stage. All right. Now we will be having more spot prizes throughout the day. Okay, maybe at the Jubilee Hall where we will be taking all after lunch. So right now we'll all proceed for lunch. The same place where we had the refreshments. I think it's on top this time. So just follow the volunteers and the committee team. Have a lunch, okay? And please don't leave any valuables in your bags if you're leaving your bags here. Otherwise, take your bags with you and proceed for lunch. Sandesh, we'll start. Okay, good afternoon everyone, and I hope you'll enjoyed the demonstration by Nitin sir. Now we are having a very special session for you all by Professor S.P. Kamath sir. Professor S.P. Kamath is a superannuated, means a retired senior professor from the School of Chemical Sciences, and he's very much passionate about these micro-scale techniques, which he's going to be demonstrating for all of you today. Okay, so whatever sir is going to be showing you all, learn the basis behind it, whatever he's going to be explaining to you, and ask him all these questions, related to whatever micro-scale techniques that, he'll be demonstrating for you. All right. So with that, I would like to request SP Kamath sir to kindly start his session.
कॉलर ना रहे नाले तो ये ना
He wants to use his hands. So one minute, just a minute. I'll get it.
no problem. Good afternoon, everybody. To begin with, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? I don't know, you are going to get a prize. Dr. Sandesh? Questions? Okay, okay. So, the winner I will have to select.
Yes, you can select.
Okay, before that, let me let me give you some intro, okay, to the topic. The topic you have already seen, hands-on microscale experiments in environmental chemistry. Now, don't think of environmental chemistry, which is a big word. Basically, we are trying to understand how pollution of air affects us and our environment. That is the basic theme of today's workshop, and you are going to do the experiments yourself. That is why it is called as hands-on activities. Got it? So I'm going to distribute some kits on each table. You are going to share 1 or 2 kits. 3-4 students can use one kit without any problem. In fact, you have to. If one kit is used by one student, then it is difficult. Minimum 2 students should be there. Then it becomes easy and you can do the experiments faster. It is like this. We can, if you do it quickly, if you understand and do it quickly, we can do more experiments. There are many experiments that we can do by using this particular kit. This is a unique technique which is called as a microscale technique. First, to begin with, I'm going to explain you in short what is a microscale or what are microscale experiments and what are called microscale techniques. Okay, techniques means the apparatus and everything which is used to carry out microscale experiments are called the techniques. Okay, microscale experiments means they need not necessarily be mean. What is micro? Can anybody tell me what is the meaning of micro? 10⁻². What is milli? 10⁻⁻3. What is micro? 10⁻⁻6. Now, it need not necessarily be that small quantities, but actually today's experiment we are doing it on really micro scale, okay? But the word microscale has been used to all experiments which are carried out using less quantities. Okay, they are also called as downscaled experiments. That means if you were earlier using the quantities in grams, now we are using it in milligrams. Okay, that's the major difference. and this microscale techniques can be used at all levels, means it can be used at the school level, higher secondary level, college level, as well as research level, MSc level, postgraduate, as well as research level. In fact, research level, we, especially in organic chemistry, we often use very, very small quantities. Okay? That's regarding microscale. Now, we are going to detect the presence of certain gases in the air which are responsible for pollution of air. Okay? Now, when I ask you a question, you should raise a hand. Do not shout the answer. Raise the hand. Then I will ask that one particular student to answer, and that student should stand up and answer if possible. Okay? Got it? So my first question is, I will tell you the answer in between. That means which is not expected from you. Okay? Often people say, when I ask which gases are responsible for pollution of air, carbon dioxide is the answer given first. It is responsible, but it is not to that extent. Okay? The reason is carbon dioxide is taken up by the plants, and it is mainly causing warming. That means the atmosphere temperature increases. It is also called as a greenhouse effect. Okay. Of course, in the greenhouse effect, there are many more other gases also, but carbon dioxide is one of them. Carbon dioxide absorbs in the infrared region of the electromagnetic spectrum, and that is why heating takes place. Okay? So, what we call it as a global warming. So, even if a slight increase in the percentage level of the carbon dioxide, it causes global warming, but it is not that bad pollutant. It is getting recycled. In fact, carbon dioxide is converted into oxygen by plants in the presence of sunlight by a process called photosynthesis. I think all of you know this. So I don't want carbon dioxide as the answer. Leaving aside carbon dioxide, I want somebody to tell which other gases are responsible for pollution of air. In fact, one of them is the major, then there is a second one, and then there is a third one. So then can be four also. And the first one, second one, third one, fourth one, or there can be more. But this, what I am telling, there are 4 gases which are responsible for pollution. Who can tell me the answer? At least 1 or 2 of them. Yes, raise your hand. Yes, please. Nitrogen, there is 78% present in our atmosphere. Please answer your question properly. Give the answer properly. Nitrogen is a gas which is present in atmosphere 78%. If you take oxygen without nitrogen, then there is what is called as a disease. So the nitrogen, oxygen which is supplied in cylinders also is mixed up with some amount of nitrogen. It is not pure oxygen. Okay, answer is not correct. Anybody else? Yes, please. Sulfur is not a gas. Sulfur is a solid compound. Answer your questions properly. Sulfur is not a gas. I am asking you which are the gases responsible for pollution of air. Next. Yes.
Nitrogen dioxide and sulfur dioxide.
Very good, very good. She gets the prize. Nitrogen dioxide is one of the gas and sulfur dioxide is the other gas which are responsible for pollution. Of course, I will add little to her answer. It is not just nitrogen dioxide, but it is nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxide. It is commonly called as NOx, N-O-X. So X is equal to 1 in case of nitric oxide and X is equal to 2 in case of nitrogen dioxide. Similarly, it is not just sulfur dioxide, but it is sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide. Okay, both these gases are very dangerous. Okay, very good. She gets the prize. Congratulations. Okay, now be ready for the second question. Okay, she has answered the first question, and I want somebody to answer the second question. What are the major artificial means human made, okay, not the natural ones. Okay, there is another question also which will ask natural, but I am first asking which are the major sources of nitrogen dioxide or NOx. I would better call it as a NOx. कहाँ से आता है? From where it is coming? NOx. Major. Who can answer? Major sources of NOx. Yes, please raise your hand and answer the question. Major sources of NOx. Anybody? You know. You know, you use it. Nitrogen dioxide, as she said, and nitric oxide. What are the major sources? From where they are coming in our air. Right now it will be there in some air, but here the air is quite good. And because a lot of now land is hot and lot of wind is coming from the sea. Okay, so that's why it's not
vehicles
dangerous. Yes.
Vehicles,
yes, you are right, absolutely. Vehicles is one major source, and it is the major source all over the world. Okay, see, if you, I don't know whether you are aware, but nitric oxide is colorless and nitrogen dioxide is having, anybody? Have you ever seen nitrogen dioxide gas shown by your teacher? No, for the last 2 years, no labs, no experiments. Okay, nitrogen dioxide is a brown gas. Okay, that means if you prepare it in a small test tube and see it through the mouth of the test tube, you are going to see a brown. But you will be surprised that if you go to some places, one of them is Los Angeles in California. Okay, there at about this particular time in the afternoon, 4 o'clock or so, you can actually see the brown haze in the sky. That is because of nitrogen dioxide. Because the number of vehicles is 1:4. That means if there are 1,000 people in that Los Angeles area, there are 4,000 vehicles. Yes, that's true. I'm not exaggerating. You can see it in the Google. Okay, so it's a brown gas and it is not good. It is very dangerous for health. See, sometimes when we move in heavy traffic areas, our eyes start burning. You must have not realized it. Eyes starts burning or itching. Even it starts itching on the back, etc. like this. We think that it is because of the sweat. It is because of the sweat, but this nitrogen dioxide gets dissolved in that sweat, or it gets dissolved in the water. Our eyes are always watery. There is a lot of water. Okay, so it gets dissolved in that water and it forms nitric acid, and that is why the itching takes place. Got it? Okay. Before going to the next gases, that is sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide, I would like to ask one more question. How many questions? One is done. No, he should get the prize. He said vehicles. I'm sorry. Vehicles is the correct answer. Of course, vehicles is not the only. What are the other? What are the other sources? Wood burning, yes. Wood burning is also, but that's not the major. I want major sources. Can you tell me another major source? No, you give him, there is no problem. Yeah. Congratulations. Okay, you said something? If you know the answer, you can say. Yeah, factories, industries, what we call them as factories and industries. Also power plants. You know what are power plants? We generate electricity by burning coal. So smelters also. Do you know what are smelters? Smelters means, see, we get metals, different types of metals, copper, iron, zinc, all these metals. They are obtained from their ores. Aluminium is obtained from bauxite. But aluminium is not produced in smelters. It's produced by electrolytic method. Okay, that's a comparatively different type of. But all other metals like copper, zinc, copper, zinc, iron, okay, they are produced from their ores. So when ores are reduced to the metallic state, all other elements present in the ores, they disappear as gases, okay? And what finally remains is the metal. So that is obtained. So those are called smelters. So these are the sources. Now, next question, which is a prize winning question, okay? And I want somebody to answer this. You have answered now the artificial source, which is coming from vehicles and industries. These are not there in nature. They are made by men. All of us have vehicles, okay? What is the natural source of NOx? There is also a natural source of NOx. NOx means nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxide. Natural source of NOx. Who can answer? It does happen every now and then, quite often. But not right now, may not be. Yes? Answer, don't worry. Even if your answer is not correct, it doesn't matter. Nobody is going to punish you. If it is correct, you will get a prize.
Volcanoes?
Volcanoes, no. No, I will
Lightning.
not elaborate on that right now. Answer is not volcanoes.
So lightning?
Yes, absolutely. He is getting the prize. Lightning. You know, what is lightning? Can anybody tell something about what is lightning? Congratulations. What is your name?
Ismail.
From which school?
Khandola College.
Khandola College. Okay, good. Okay. Lightning. Can anybody tell me, or you also tell what is lightning? Lightning is basically an electric discharge. That means two types of clouds, negatively charged and positively charged, when they come closer to one another, okay, the charge from a negative cloud jumps to the positive cloud. Charge, heavy charge, because they are not small clouds, they are huge clouds. And there is lot of charge on those clouds. Why those are charged? Because they are made up of colloids. They are colloidal in nature. Okay, aerosols, etc. They have got either negative charge or the positive charge. Okay, if they are both negative, they will not. If there is a negative cloud, negatively charged cloud and a positively charged cloud, the charge jumps from one cloud to another cloud, and during this particular process, it tries to find out, because it is no longer on the cloud, it is in air, because it is jumping from this cloud to the other cloud. It is trying to find out the lowest possible, the nearest possible conductor, and the nearest possible conductor is the earth. So that charge comes down, that is called an electric discharge. Okay, it contains lot of energy. For example, one good lightning can supply electricity to the entire Bombay city for 1 year. One good lightning. So there is enormous amount of energy trapped inside. But no, so far, man has not succeeded in trapping that energy. Because you know what happens when lightning falls. It doesn't fall actually, it passes from the cloud through the atmosphere and touches the earth or whatever the object which is there on the earth. During this process, very high temperatures are produced through the path of that lightning. And whatever the nitrogen which is there in the air, there is about 78% of nitrogen. It gets oxidized to nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxide. So, may not be here right now, but at many places, right now there will be lightning somewhere or the other. So, there the nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxides are produced. So, that is the natural source of NOx. Okay? Let us go to kitna questions bola rahe? We have finished how many questions? 4? 3 we have finished. Okay. So let's go for the 4th question. 4th question. Okay. Somebody said, you only, oxides of nitrogen and oxides of sulfur. Now see, be careful. I want to know what is the major source of oxides of sulfur. That is sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide. Thank you. Hello. No, off केला मैं तो off केला. Hello. Hello. Yes. You can hear, no? Can you hear me? Okay. What is the major source of oxides of sulfur? That is sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide. Sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide. There are only 2 gases. Both are dangerous, but sulfur trioxide is more dangerous than sulfur dioxide. Anybody? See, now with this I can move everywhere. That's the advantage of the collar mic. Of course, but he will complain that he cannot see me in the camera, whatever it is. Yes? Anybody can answer the question, what are... don't go close to that, okay. What are the major sources of sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide?
Cement manufacturing.
Huh?
Cement manufacturing.
Cement manufacturing. No, I am not happy with the answer. No, I don't think so. Huh? Can move. Okay. Yes? Anybody else? Cement is one of the industry and it will produce all the gases, but that's not the major source of nitrogen dioxide. All the gases in a sense, nitric oxide, nitrogen dioxide, that means NOx, but SOx is not major coming from this. Yes, anybody? If you do not know, I will have to give the answer. Yes? Huh? Petroleum? No. Huh? Raise your hand, stand up and answer.
Oxygen.
Yeah. Huh?
Sulfur plus oxygen.
gives sulfur dioxide. Everybody knows that. I am not asking that particular thing. I am asking you what is the major source of sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide. That is why they are present in the atmosphere. Okay? I am giving you the answer. Okay, you will not get a prize now, but I am telling you the answer. If you happen to go near the Zuari agrochemicals, okay, whatever the experiments that we are going to do here and test the presence of sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide, that can be also tested near Zuari agrochemicals, because that is one of the industry, one of these, several industries are there, one of the industries which is also producing sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide. Who can tell me why and how? Can anybody? Zuari agrochemicals? Don't know? What is the raw material used in Zuari agrochemicals? What fertilizer they are producing? Major fertilizer produced is urea. Okay? It has got a formula NH2CONH2. Urea is the major fertilizer which is produced by Zuari agrochemicals. And what is the raw material used to produce urea? Naphtha. You must have read several times in the newspapers, okay, some naphtha leakage, etc. So naphtha means it's a hydrocarbon like diesel that we use for the vehicles. It is similar to diesel, but it contains higher number of carbon atoms, C12 to C20. So that is naphtha. So naphtha is cracked. Cracked means broken down into smaller units, finally getting converted into carbon monoxide and hydrogen that is combined with ammonia. You might have also seen ammonia leakage, heard about tankers carrying ammonia. So ammonia plus this gives you urea. So there naphtha contains sulfur. Naphtha contains sulfur. They have a big plant which can remove sulfur, but 100% removal is not possible. Some amount of sulfur does remain. Okay, and during cracking that gets oxidized to sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide. So in short, sulfur dioxide and sulfur trioxide, the major source is industries. Industries making use of raw materials containing sulfur. Okay, dye industries, so many extraction smelters, what I said, which contain, if the mineral contains sulfur, that will get oxidized to sulfur dioxide and then sulfur trioxide. Understood? Okay, so nobody gets the prize for this particular question. Okay, let us proceed further. This is awareness, whatever I have talked about, awareness of pollution. Which gases are responsible for pollution of air? We have already answered this question. Actually, there is one gas, okay, which we have not answered. Can anybody? Sulfur dioxide, sulfur trioxide, answered. Okay, nitric oxide, nitrogen dioxide, answered. Carbon dioxide, I said not to answer, but that is one you can consider, and carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide is more dangerous. How you get carbon monoxide? Anybody can answer? How you get carbon monoxide and how you get carbon dioxide? Carbon dioxide, if you burn anything, carbon dioxide is formed. Anything in a sense, hydrocarbon. If you burn any hydrocarbon, or even if you burn wood, forest burning, carbon dioxide will be formed. So burning of anything, because burning requires oxygen, okay, and most of this material contains carbon. So that carbon combines with oxygen to give carbon dioxide, provided combustion is complete. If there is incomplete combustion, that means if oxygen is insufficient. That's what happens sometimes, you know, if there is a fire in a building, etc., some people die because of suffocation. Okay, some people die because of suffocation, or some people die because of carbon monoxide, which is also formed. Why carbon monoxide is formed? Because that there is no sufficient oxygen. If there is no sufficient oxygen to form carbon dioxide, some amount of carbon monoxide is also formed. During mining of coal, the people go down, 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 etc., and then there is some amount of carbon monoxide also coming from coal. Okay, so that poisoning takes place. That is the precise reason why Davy's lamp was used. Okay. Anyway, let's not go into those details. Let's proceed further. So carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide 1, that is over. Nitric oxide, nitrogen dioxide 2, sulfur dioxide, sulfur trioxide 3, and there is one more gas. Can anybody answer that question, which is also responsible for pollution of air? And nowadays it is becoming more and more, and it is it is also related to the number of vehicles. For example, Los Angeles has got highest percentage of this gas. Tokyo, Seoul, Shanghai, they also have got the highest percentage of this particular gas. Got it? I am not told you the answer. That gas is also good for us, provided it is at some other place. If it is in the atmosphere, it is not good. I am telling you the answer basically. It is, if it is present in the atmosphere, it is not good. Yes? Anybody? Tukitrimanta? Huh? No, no, not methane. Methane is everywhere. Methane is also called as the marsh gas. Huh? Anybody? Last chance to get the prize before I tell you the answer. Huh? It is ozone. Ozone is desirable in the stratosphere. Stratosphere means what? About 40 kilometers above the earth. So we have atmosphere now, and then comes the stratosphere. Why it is required? Because it blocks the UV radiation coming from the sun. Okay, UV radiations are not good for health. Okay, my daughter is in New Zealand. There the UV radiations are more. In the southern hemisphere, UV radiations are more than the northern hemisphere. So New Zealand is in the southern hemisphere. So they have to be very careful. She always go out with some protection so that UV radiation is, she is protected from the UV radiation. Okay, so ozone is not desirable. Now, interestingly, how this ozone is formed in the atmosphere, and just now I told you that vehicles, industries are also responsible for the ozone, and the number of countries having undesirable proportion of ozone in the atmosphere are increasing day by day. Okay, that means not only Los Angeles, Shanghai, China, Tokyo, Shanghai in China, okay, so many places are there where the number of vehicles is very, very high, vehicle density is high. There you will find ozone in the atmosphere is more. Okay, I will tell you the answer. See what is happening, I told you nitrogen dioxide and nitric oxide. This nitric oxide is the major culprit. So nitric oxide combines with the oxygen in the air in presence of sunlight and converts that oxygen into ozone. Got it? So even nitrogen dioxide. So nitrogen dioxide and nitric oxide, these two are responsible for the formation of ozone in the atmosphere. Nobody answered the question. Okay, doesn't matter, let us proceed further. What are the sources of these polluting gases? So we have already answered this question. Okay, now see what is being shown here. In fact, this is the kit that you have, this is the label put on the kit which you are going to use right now in another 5 minutes. Okay, you can see, I don't know whether this is visible, here it is visible, but there it may not be visible. You can see on the left hand side, no, because there is a lot of sunlight here. Okay. See this part, these are industries, these are power plants, vehicles, industries, they produce NOx, okay, and volatile organic compounds. VOC means volatile organic compounds, and in presence of sunlight, they give what is known as a bad ozone, and you get also smog, and then you get acid rain. That is why the earth is crying, see, because the earth is getting acid rain. How acid rain is formed? If sulfur dioxide dissolves, you get sulfurous acid. Sulfur trioxide dissolves, you get sulfuric acid. If nitrogen dioxide dissolves, you get nitric acid. So these are all acids. Finally, where do these acids go? They fall on the earth, on the plants, in the rivers, in the lakes, everywhere. So that is not good for health. So vehicles, industries, power plants, these are the major sources of pollution. I would not go into details of this, but this is a news on the newspaper that over 90% of the world is breathing bad air at present. So if you go to Goa, is not that bad. Why? Because we are on the coast. If you are on the coast, there is always what is known as a land breeze and the sea breeze blowing. Okay, in the morning and afternoon, you get these two breezes. Now the earth is hot, land is hot because of the sun rays, and that is why there is low pressure here. So water is not at hot in the sea, Arabian Sea. So that air comes from there, okay, and when the earth gets cooled, the pressure will be high here, and when the water gets warmed up, especially in the evening, then the air will go from the land towards. That is why a lot of pollution is taken away. So we are not to worry much about. Okay, let's go to the next part. This is another news in the Herald, that is 2,500 people may die daily due to pollution. We are worried about this corona, etc., but you will notice that more people are dying because of pollution. But that is not detected, that is not normally, if you get a fever or something, then we realize that I am sick. But if you are breathing less air, we don't realize, isn't it? Less oxygen or polluted air, we do not realize it. Okay, let's go. No, I will not discuss on this because this is slightly higher level. Okay, let's go to the, okay, here also I am just going to show you places like Delhi, they are called interior places, you know, even Nagpur, in Maharashtra there is a place called Jalgaon, Nagpur is also Solapur, all these places, they are away from the sea or away from the oceans. So there are no land breezes and sea breezes blowing. There what is happening, the air remains there, it doesn't move to that extent, and as a result they have got what is known as a smog. Smog means what? Smoke plus fog is called smog. Smoke means carbon particles. Now it need not necessarily be only carbon particles, they can be any particles, dust particles, or even sometimes rubber particles. See, quite often we neglect the rubber being, see, we replace the tires of the cars, don't we? After about 3-4 years, or after it has run about 30,000-40,000 kilometers, then we replace the tires. So where that rubber has gone? They get worn out. So that rubber is also there in the soil, or it is there in the atmosphere also. So these particles, very fine particles, water gets condensed on it, and in this water, those gases which we mentioned just now, NOx, SOx, they get dissolved, okay, and that is called a smog, okay, smoke plus fog. That smog is very dangerous. I will not read this part. This is the situation in Delhi. This I will just tell you, I cannot point out here because this pointer is not visible. You know, the standard prescribed PM means it is actually picometers. This is 60 and this is 100. For it should not exceed this, but look at the values, picometers 393. Look at the values there, at 365, this is 136 micrograms, 136, 265. So values are much higher than the limits, especially in Delhi. Okay. So these are the places which are some Punjabi Bagh, Anand Vihar. This is taken from the newspaper. Now the question is, are we going to stop using motor vehicles because they cause air pollution? On the contrary, people buy now more and more cars. Okay. When I was a student like you, I was using a cycle. In fact, I studied my MSc and even PhD with a cycle. I bought bike, okay, only after I got married. In 84 was my first bike. So, but now the situation has changed. Now many students, they use bikes or scooters. Scooters also produce these gases, especially NOx, because they are burning gasoline. Of course, electric vehicles will not produce these gases. That is the advantage. Okay. So, are we going to stop? Answer is no. We cannot stop using vehicles. On the contrary, population is increasing and number of vehicles is also increasing. Obvious reasons, the population of people is increasing. I think some people cannot see from that side, isn't it? Let's move this a little bit on the left. Enough. Okay, the population of people is increasing and people can afford to buy vehicles due to social and economic change that has taken place during the past 20 years or so. Okay, are we going to close down the power plants and industries? Actually, the demand for electricity is increasing unless we use solar panels. Okay, solar panels is not going to pollute the atmosphere. So they are safe. But all other sources of electricity, hydroelectric power is also not. What is hydroelectric power? The one we get from the dams. Dam is constructed across the path of the river. Water is getting accumulated, which can be used for agriculture as well as to run a motor. Okay, and that motor will generate electricity. Hydroelectric power is not dangerous, it is also safe, it does not cause pollution. Pollution is because of the coal. Coal is the major pollutant. Okay. So this is also not going to happen. We are not going to close down the industries. So that is impossible. Now we can reduce, okay, the quantities, or we can reuse and recycle. These are the three things which are very, very important, especially for all of you students. You should learn to reduce the quantities which you are using, everything, whatever the quantities you are using which leads to pollution or which leads to garbage. How we can reduce the garbage? Use less quantities. Say for example, I have kept now cups here. Okay, if I can reuse them, I will be reducing the garbage, isn't it? If I reuse, I am not going to use it for drinking cup of tea or etc. I am going to use to put waste in that, waste water. So I can throw out that water and use it again. So that is possible. Recycle, that means some of the materials, they can be recycled. I will not go into details here because that is another talk. Let's go further. Reduce and reuse cuts down the demand and restricts production, thereby decrease pollution. Recycle reduces the cost of production. All the three R's decrease energy consumption and preserve natural resources. Second statement reduces cost of production. I would like to give you just one example. all of you must have gone out and then you must have taken fast food, okay? And often this fast food is served in some aluminum containers or aluminum lined containers. At home also we use aluminum foil, okay, to cover some food and then keep it in the freeze, etc. Especially if we buy Viswanaji pasta, my wife puts them in the aluminum foil and then, so that each time you can take one or two out. So that is how aluminum is used. But do we recycle? We do not even dispose it properly. In fact, in all US universities, okay, there is a special container to put aluminum waste. That means the cans, these all soft drink cans like Pepsi, Coke, etc., they come also in cans. So the cans are made up of aluminum. On the top of it there is printing which is done on a polythene to know that it is Coke or Pepsi, whatever it is. So that is also made up of aluminum. So this aluminum recently, I don't know whether you have read, very recently they have found out that aluminum battery to produce hydrogen gas which can be used directly in situ means simultaneously, is considered to be the best battery. So slowly aluminum will be required for the production of batteries also. So aluminum is being indiscriminately used, not recycled properly. And if aluminum is recycled, that means if I take certain amount of aluminum waste, okay, maybe foil or maybe some container, etc., whatever it is, and produce aluminum again from that, the cost is only 5%. What do I mean that if I had to get aluminum from bauxite is the ore of aluminum, aluminum trioxide, Al2O3, that is the ore. If I want to get aluminum from bauxite, then it will cost 100 rupees. Imagine certain amount of aluminum will cost 100 rupees. If the same amount of aluminum is obtained from scrap aluminum, which we have throwing it out actually, it will cost just 5 rupees. So 95 rupees are saved by using scrap aluminum. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead. See how to minimize power and fuel consumption. Right now we are sitting here. Where is the power for this LCD projector, fans? Otherwise we are not using much power. We don't require much light here. There is plenty of sunlight coming here, so we don't use. But we should try to make maximum use of the natural air ventilation, sunlight at home. Present trend is different. I think you people must have observed, especially the present trend, people use curtains, okay, and then switch on the lights even during the daytime and put on the AC. Windows are closed. This is the present situation. Okay, very recently I visited one of my friend and he was showing me his flat, okay, and then he showed me his bedroom, etc. Everywhere I found, I did not say anything, but everywhere I found that windows are closed. There are no ventilators also. Earlier there used to be ventilators for the house. Now there are no ventilators and ACs are put. AC is not circulating air, not bringing outside air. AC is just cooling the hot air inside and the same air comes. I hope you must have read in several newspapers or you get sometimes messages on your mobiles, people dying in a car with AC on. Okay, if not read, just put it on Google and see. You will get several videos or several information, okay, that some people have died. Okay, very recent, I found one mother going home with a child sitting on the other side. Suddenly she sees a store and she realizes that she has to buy something, and once you enter the store, you forget how much time you have spent there. She comes, the child was sleeping, AC was on, car was closed fully. She comes in the car, sits in the car, goes home. When she tries to remove the child is gone, she is dead because of low oxygen. And if there are 4 or 5 people in the car, car is, the AC is on, that does not mean that, and many people have the habit, there is a window there, I don't know whether you can, sometimes it is sliding or sometimes it is a knob, outside air entering inside. I had a driver, he says, Patrao, थंय दवरूं नाका, हेवटेन दवर, बेगीन कूल जाता म्हणजे कितें भितरलोच air, भायलो air येना, outside air is not coming inside. So then I told him that you have to keep it on the other side. No need to cool it more, but if you cool it more, you will get more carbon dioxide because we are breathing out carbon dioxide. The oxygen level falls down. You can realize this even in a room. Even in a room, the oxygen level falls down. Okay, no more details on this. This decreases electricity consumption. Switch off electric appliances, gas stoves, motor vehicles, engines when not required. Use solar water heaters at home, in hotels, hostels and industries, and use solar panels for producing electricity or for generating electricity. Okay? These are some of the things which we must practice as far as possible. Okay, this is just a picture to give you what are industries. I am coming to the experiment now. I will request the volunteers to distribute one kit, and please do not open the kit unless I instruct. Okay, only when I instruct you, you should start opening and then start doing the experiment. Okay, I will explain you properly how it is to be done. Okay, then industries or factories, that's what is said there. This I have already explained you that vehicles and industries, they are responsible for producing what is known as a bad ozone. It happens in the presence of sunlight. It's a photochemical reaction. It's a photochemical reaction. So I should not go close to that speaker. Okay, he is my biggest enemy today. Okay, let's go further. These are basically power plants. Okay, they are called power plants because they generate electricity. Green trees, all of you know. Okay, why I am showing, because that will come in your experiment now. Yes.
You have a tea break and then you can start with the.
Yeah. Okay. What time?
Now, as soon as you can.
Okay. As soon as I finish this, before we start the kits. Yes. Yes. Thank you. That's a very good suggestion. I do require a cup of tea now. This is a lake or a source of water. Okay. This picture is from New Zealand. It's not from India. Oxides of nitrogen. Okay, let's not go into this. We'll start doing the experiments and then we will explain. There is no more PowerPoint presentation. There will be only this part. Okay? So we will have a break. Has it come? Lectina, tea has come? Okay, tell him to serve. Right now, I will have some water and then a cup of tea. You are going to, yes, yes. Oxides of nitrogen, nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxide, oxides of nitrogen. We have seen that part. Okay. The next part I am not going to show because that experiment we have to do and then only we will have to see it. open the kit, slow, open the kit, okay, and this book we are not going to use now, okay, unless required, you keep it aside. Then there is, in some cases, there is a syringe, it is not opened, okay, keep it aside. What we require at present is this paper packet, so that you keep it here, we will be using it. Dropper packet, one of the student has to handle the droppers, help the other. Everybody has to observe, okay? All of you have to see what is happening. Observation is the most important thing in science, okay? It is not, many people got, many scientists, they got Nobel Prize, not because they did something great, but they observed something which others could not, okay? So these are the dropper packets, you keep it aside. Now what I want you to, this bottle, wash bottle, open it, its throttle is inside, okay, fix it here, fill some water, don't fill it completely, half it enough. From your water bottle, you must be having, one of you can put some water in this, don't run here and there, one of you will have some water, put some water, half the quantity, close it, keep it here. This cup is putting the waste water in this cup afterwards, okay. So this is the wash bottle, so fill it half for using it, and this is the Petri dish which we are going to use for carrying out the experiments. Inside the Petri dish there are tablet containers, empty tablet containers. You must have taken some tablets, isn't it? So these are the empty tablet containers. We are using them as reaction vessels, not a test tube, because these are quantities are in drops. We are not going to use large quantities, okay, very, very small quantities. To begin with, we are not going to use these tablet containers. You can keep them in the box, okay. We are going to use the Petri dish and its lid. This is the lid. Close it, open it. That's what we are going to do. Okay. Now open the paper towel and this paper packet. This paper packet contains three things. One, white paper, second is a black paper, and third is a paper towel. I would advise you not to use this paper towel. Volunteers, you can have your tea, but there in one of the bag you will find a paper roll. Not good to call it as a toilet paper, but it is, okay. And in the bag, yesterday's bag also there will be one, today's bag also there is one. Okay, that's enough basically, and you distribute one or two sheets on each table. Okay, so remove this white paper. It has got two lines, one vertical line and one horizontal line. So you keep it on the table. On that paper with a vertical line and a horizontal line, place the Petri dish, the lower portion of the Petri dish. Cover you keep aside. I cannot show it on the PowerPoint. It is not there most probably. Okay. No, this we have already answered. So I don't want to go through that. Everybody, I will come to your table and check whether you have done the things properly or not. Okay. Just keep the lower portion of the Petri dish on that white paper. You can see the vertical line and you can see the horizontal line. Everybody is ready? Okay. That's the lead. What you missed? Nothing, absolutely. This is not required. This you keep inside right now. Yeah, you have to fill this half the amount, not full. Done? Okay. Okay, very good. Now I will show you how to use the droppers. Let us first take bromocresol green. I am just showing you how to dispense. There are 11 chemicals altogether here. Okay, they are not dangerous chemicals. They are very, very dilute chemicals. And one of them is vinegar or 5% acetic acid. Another is baking soda, sodium bicarbonate. So what you have to do, each vial is labeled, means there is a name written here, don't read that, but there is a letter put on the top. And when you open this, everything is written here on the label of the kit. A means what, B means what, C means what, everything is written there. Okay. So on the right hand side, A is bromocresol green, we commonly call it as a BCG. For that you have to use a dropper only, you should not mix up. Okay. The droppers are meant for that particular chemical only. Hold this in your right hand or left hand, whatever you prefer, and dropper in the right hand. Your partner will help you to give dropper. Then what is to be done, just listen and see carefully. I am showing it only once, then you will have to do it for all other chemicals. Open it like this, see, close it, open like this. After opening, take some quantity, don't take too much quantity because we require very little quantity. Take some quantity, immediately close this. Okay, then put one small drop okay there is one small drop of BCG which is green in color. Can you see that on the vertical line? Somebody can put the camera and show it there. Is it possible? Put the camera here and show it there. Is it possible? This is representing a tree. Let's see if it is possible. Okay. And I will put a slightly bigger one which is representing a lake. Just wait. The lake is below and tree is above. होता है? हाँ? नका.
The demand for full stack developers is at.
If you can show with the camera, I don't require the slide. Not going to take much time, no? Yes, very good. Okay, thank you. If you can show with the camera, I don't require the slide. Yes, good. Can everybody see? I have put on the vertical line small drop on the top, that is representing a tree, and a slightly bigger drop below. Okay, that is representing a lake. So what are you do? Waiting, do it. Take the vial A, remove some BCG, bromocresol green in it with the dropper, fine tip dropper. It is a fine tip dropper. So take some quantity of bromocresol green in this dropper. Put one small drop on the top. Volunteers, please go to the tables and just check whether they are doing it properly or not. Please help them. One drop, small drop on the top and slightly bigger drop below. Don't put anything at the center because we are going to put something else at the center. Okay. So remaining quantity, once you have put that, remaining quantity transfer back into the vial. Don't keep anything into the dropper. Close the dropper. Close the vial. Okay. Keep it in its place. Then some tissue paper has been given to you. So wipe the tip of the dropper with the tissue paper. I am not going to tell this again and again, and keep the dropper in its place. Done. One part is done. Now second part. Everybody has done this? Say yes or no. Very good. Now I am going to put some vehicles. You can imagine this Petri dish, okay, as either entire Goa, or you can consider it as Talegaon, or you can consider any place as if we have put that place in this Petri dish, imaginary, since how we have put a tree there and how we have put a lake, source of water. Now take H vial, H is sodium nitrite, NaNO2. Take some quantity of sodium nitrite. Sorry, I am doing your experiment. It should not. You have to do it. Come on, please. Take some quantity of sodium nitrite. Put it at the center. Just one drop is enough. This is a bigger dropper. Or at the most two. Put two. One more you put. Okay. Remaining quantity you transfer back. Okay. Close the vial. Each time you have to close the vial firmly. It should not leak into the box. Keep it in its place. Everybody? H, sodium nitrite. Everybody has put? Yes, very good, very good. Wipe the tip of the dropper with the tissue paper. Keep the dropper in the dropper packet. Keep the vial in its place. Everything should go into its place. Now the third part is the most important part. After adding this particular chemical or reagent, you have to observe carefully. Now take F dropper from here, F dropper, which is an F vial, F dropper, F vial. It is sulfuric acid. It's very, very dilute. Don't get panicked by the name sulfuric acid. It's very, very dilute sulfuric acid. Okay. F, take some quantity of F in the dropper. Your partner should be ready before you put the drop with the lid to close it. The moment you put the drop, you have to close it. Where to put the drop? On the center. I will show you here. See, this is your Petri dish. Okay. There is a vertical line, this is a horizontal line. You have put a BCG here and BCG here. You have put sodium nitrite here, NaNO2, that is H. This is A. This is also A. Now on the top of this, you have to put F, that is H2SO4. On the top, without touching it, it should not touch the dropper. And immediately, one drop is enough, just one drop is enough. And close it. Immediately close. On the top of the central drop, and close it immediately. And now observe what is happening. Just see what is happening. See, the color is changing, the green color is changing. Observe it carefully. The green color is going to become blue. The green color is going to become blue. I'm sorry, not blue, yellow. The green color is going to become yellow. First it changes at the periphery, okay, on the sides. अरे ओपन नहीं रखने का, बंद करने का. Gas will escape. Everybody has to close it. Yes, very good, very good. Volunteers, please check on each table whether they have closed the petri dish or not. Yes. Too much quantity. इतना नहीं डालने का, थोड़ा थोड़ा डालने का. This is using very very small quantity. Okay. Don't use large quantities. Yes, everybody got blue color. I'm sorry, yellow color. Okay. Something is wrong with me. Anyway, now why we are getting yellow color? Anybody can answer? I will answer. Don't worry. See, this indicator which we are using is having green color when it is neutral. Neutral means pH 7. Okay. Now some of you may not know what is pH. Neutral means pH 7. Okay. If the pH is less than 7, 6, 5, 4, etc., it is acidic. We call it is acidic. And if the pH is more than 7, 8, 9, 10, etc., we call it as alkaline or basic. Okay. In the acidic pH, the color is yellow, and in the alkaline pH, the color is blue. So right now, that lake or tree has become acidic. Okay. Why it has become acidic? We will answer little later. Acid waste is to be neutralized. Suppose if it was an industry producing acidic waste, we have to neutralize it before we dump it out or allow it to flow into the river. So we have to neutralize it. How to neutralize? In industry it is not neutralized. We have to put here ammonium hydroxide, and that is G. So take out G dropper, G vial. It is ammonium hydroxide. Ammonium hydroxide means gas ammonia dissolved in water. If you open that and smell it, you will get the smell of ammonia. Okay, you can get the smell provided you lower your mask a bit and smell it, you will get the smell of ammonia. So what you do, you put a small drop of ammonia here. This is G. Ammonium hydroxide, NH4OH. Either on the left hand side or on the right hand side, anywhere you can put, but on the horizontal line, don't put on the vertical line, put it on the horizontal line. Okay, done, and close it immediately. Close karne ka, immediately close it. And now observe, another magic will take place. Observe carefully what is happening to the yellow color. The yellow color is going to slowly change to blue. Okay, changing. Yellow color is going to change to blue. Volunteers, please check on each table if possible whether the color is changing or not, whether they have closed the petri dish. Changing, no? Okay, good. the yellow color should completely disappear and it should become blue in color. In fact, if you observe it carefully from the beginning, that yellow becomes green and green then becomes blue. That is quite obvious, because if it is yellow, it is acidic, its pH is less than 7, so it goes through 7, then becomes 8, 9. Understood? Okay? Now, if everything has become blue in color, then take out the black paper from the packet, and put it below the petri dish above the white paper. Black paper, put it above the white paper and see what you are getting. You can see what is known as an aerosol. I skipped one of my slide not to give you the definition and other details of aerosols. So, see at the center, don't look from the top but look from the sides. In fact, you can see it better in your neighbors. No, so I can see it very well from here. So, you can see it from distance only. It is called an aerosol. It's like an aura, like, you know, भगवान की प्रतिमा होती है ना, उसके पीछे वलय होता है, aura, we call it in English, it as aura. So it looks like that. But it is an aerosol. Aerosol means fine solid particles, colloidal size solid particles dispersed in air. Okay? For those who have, there are some college students here, they have done one test for chloride in qualitative analysis. You take a glass rod, dip it in ammonium hydroxide and hold it above the mouth of the test tube. You get dense white fumes of ammonium chloride. So it is exactly like that. Those dense white fumes of ammonium chloride is an aerosol of ammonium chloride. So you will get similar aerosol. I will not go into what this aerosol is, those details. Everybody has seen this aerosol? Okay, so our first experiment is over. Now what you have to do? You have to open the petri dish. See here what I am doing. Squirt little water in this. Okay, put this water into the empty container which is provided. Wash it twice, not once is not enough. Okay, little water. Put it back here. Also the lid. You will see that some aerosol is there on the top. So also the lid, wash it, put it back. You know, this is the precise reason we are using plastic, not glass. Glass are expensive, plastics are cheaper. That is one, easy to handle, do not break also. And secondly, they have got a very high surface tension. That means doesn't stick. If little water sticks, you take that tissue paper which is given to you, okay, and wipe it off. Don't use and throw it. You can use it again and again. Wipe both the petri dish lower portion as well as the upper portion and be ready for the next experiment. Keep the white paper below and on the top of it keep the petri dish. So be ready for the next experiment after wiping it out. Everybody ready for the next experiment? No, this we are not going to use. Duster नहीं है. I have a duster. Just a minute. Duster. Wait. I have it in my bag. Okay, for your kind information, what we did now, just now, we took sodium nitrite, to that we added sulfuric acid. I am not going to write the equations. Okay, it produces nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxide gas. It goes around the Petri dish, then it gets dissolved in the BCG indicator. BCG indicator is basically made from water. There is lot of water in it. Just 30 milligrams are added to 100 milliliters of water. So it gets dissolved and it forms nitric acid. That is why the color became yellow in the beginning. So after that we added ammonium hydroxide. The moment we add ammonium hydroxide is gas ammonia dissolved in water. That is why you get the smell of ammonia. So the ammonia gas spreads into the Petri dish. Then it gets dissolved in that BCG indicator and it changes its color from yellow to green first and then blue. Got it? So we have shown how this is affecting. Now, can you tell me one question? This is a prize winning question. Okay? When you travel on a road and if there are trees on the sides of the road, their leaves are often yellowish green, they are not blush green. Can anybody tell me what is the reason behind this? The trees which are on the road with a heavy traffic, there are lots of vehicles passing by and the leaves of these trees, they are yellowish green, they are not dark green or blush green. If you go inside away from the road, they are blush green, but trees on the sides of the road, they are not blush green, but they are yellowish green. Anybody can answer? If not, I am going to tell you the answer. You have done the experiment just now. See, what are the gases which are coming from the vehicles? Mainly nitrogen dioxide. Sulfur dioxide doesn't come from the vehicles. Sulfur dioxide comes only from industries or mainly from industries. So the nitrogen dioxide dissolves in the water which is there on the surface of the leaves. See, the leaves are losing water by transpiration. So at any moment there are some droplets of water on the surface of the leaves. So nitrogen dioxide gets dissolved in it and it forms nitric acid. That is what we saw. And it becomes yellowish in color. That is why the leaves of these trees, they are yellowish green and not blush green. Now we will do the next experiment. The next experiment is generation of sulfur dioxide. We are going to generate sulfur dioxide. That means we are going to put one industry in the Petri dish. Okay? If we are considering this as Goa or this as Talegaon, or there will be some industry which is producing or containing sulfur containing raw material that will give rise to sulfur dioxide. So let us do that generation and detection of sulfur dioxide, or we will say sulfur SOX. Like before, you keep the Petri dish on the white paper, you have the horizontal line, you have the vertical line. Okay. Now, like before, put a small drop of BCG here, BCG, slightly bigger drop here of BCG. BCG means A. On the vertical line, small quantity, just one drop with a fine tip dropper. Done, everybody? One on the top, one below, not at the center. Yes, very good. Yeah, that is slightly bigger. Transfer the remaining quantity back into the vial. Close the vial firmly with your thumb. Okay, keep it in its place. Yes. See, you got a tick sound. When you close it with your thumb, you got a tick sound, that means it is closed properly. Done? Wipe the tip of the dropper with the tissue, keep the dropper in its place. Next, you have to put at the center solution E. E is sodium sulfite Na2SO3. Sodium sulfite Na2SO3 at the center. Sodium sulfite and Na2SO3 at the center, slightly more quantity. Enough, that's enough. Camera kahan hai? Ah. Yes, that much quantity is enough. And now, after adding F to the central drop like before, you have to close it immediately. After adding F, so F is sulfuric acid. So, on the top of this, without touching this, don't touch, you have to add F. F is H2SO4. A drop and close it immediately. Your partner should be ready with the lid and observe what is happening. Observe what is happening. See, the color is changing. Can you see? The small drop has already changed on the screen. You can see the small drop has already changed yellow. The big drop is about to change. That is also changing to yellow completely. Everybody is getting that change. Everybody got yellow change color. Now what has happened? See, we took sodium sulfite Na2SO3. Unfortunately, I cannot write those equations here because the board is so small. I will not be able to, and moreover the pen is also not so good. Sodium sulfite Na2SO3 plus H2SO4 will give you sodium sulfate plus H2SO3. H2SO3 means sulfurous acid. This sulfurous acid decomposes. Okay, it is unstable, it decomposes into sulfur dioxide and water. So, this sulfur dioxide is there in the petri dish, and that sulfur dioxide now dissolves in the BCG indicator, that is the water of BCG indicator, aqueous, and it forms sulfurous acid, and that is why the color of the indicator changes from green to yellow. Got it? This also happens in actual nature, but actual nature we are not using sodium sulfite. What we are doing? We have industries using raw materials containing sulfur. I told you Zuari agrochemicals, so there the sulfur dioxide is produced. Sulfur dioxide is a very heavy gas. Why do we say it is a heavy gas? Who can answer this question? Why sulfur dioxide is a heavy gas? Hydrogen is a light gas. Why do we say that? What is the reason? How do we know? Who can answer? I won't give a prize to the college students. College students must know this, but school students. Higher secondary students are here? Who are the higher secondary students? 11th and 12th. You are college? This question is not for college students, but it is for school. And the hydrogen is very light. Why? Carbon dioxide is heavy. Sulfur dioxide is still heavier. Sulfur trioxide is still heavier. How do we know? You know the formula of sulfur dioxide, SO2. Okay? We have to calculate the molecular weight. How do we calculate the molecular weight? By adding the atomic weights. If there is sulfur, 32. Okay? 2 oxygens, again 32, so it becomes 64. Sulfur trioxide will be still higher by another 16 units. Okay, heavier gases, they settle down. In fact, they do not go up much, they settle down. And even if they can go into the river water or they can go into the lake water and change the color of water yellow, it is not going to change, but it will become acidic. Why it is not going to change? Because we have not put BCG indicator there. So it changes the color yellow here, means it has changed acidic. Okay. Now, like before, we are going to put a drop of ammonium hydroxide on the horizontal line. So open your vial G, take out dropper G, take some quantity and put it on the horizontal line. Small drop of ammonium hydroxide on the horizontal line and close it. Open, put the drop and close it immediately. And observe what is happening. Yes, not so much quantity, little quantity, just one drop. You are not supposed to touch it also, you have to put it from the top. Small quantity, don't add too much. Wipe the trip. Even half the quantity of that is more than sufficient. Don't add more. Don't add more. Okay. Why this is not changed? Changed now. Okay. So the color has changed to blue. First it becomes green and then it becomes blue. If you observe it carefully, it changes to green and then blue. Okay. Now, like before, you can put the black paper below and you will see the aerosol. This time the aerosol will be better than the before. Black paper, you put it below the petri dish, above the white paper. Do you get the aerosol? See it at an angle. Yes, I can see it better here, from here. Can I? Yeah, you can see it on the screen also. Aerosol around the central drop. I will not answer the question why you get at the central drop only, why not at the, okay, because we don't have time. We have done with the second experiment. Okay. Some questions here. Anybody would like to ask any difficulty, any questions? Shall we proceed for the next experiment? How Dr. Lectina, Dr. Sandesh, we have some time, no? Okay. Tell me when I should stop. Okay. We will wash the petri dish now, like before. Open, squirt some water from the wash bottle. Share the work with your partners. Let everybody do something or the other. Put it in the cup provided. तू किती करता मरे काय फक्त बॅग सांभाळता which class you are 7th okay what's your name Shreyan 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 very good ready Okay. We will do the third experiment now. I will give you a brief idea about what is this experiment. You know, some time back I told you that sulfur dioxide is getting oxidized to sulfur trioxide. You know how? Who is oxidizing it? Anybody? Some of you may think that it is the oxygen present in the air is reacting with sulfur dioxide to give sulfur trioxide. No, it is the nitrogen dioxide which is also coming from the vehicles or industries is oxidizing sulfur dioxide to sulfur trioxide. Okay? Now, these are two experiments. If time permits, we will do the second experiment later. But first experiment, how nitrogen dioxide is acting like an oxidizing agent. Okay? 7th standard students may not be able to understand, but higher students will definitely understand. Can anybody tell me what is oxidation? You can give 3 simple definitions for what is oxidation. Prize winning question if one gives a very good answer, including the college students. What is oxidation? 3 different answers can be given. What is oxidation? Reaction. Should I tell you one of the answer? There are 3 answers. The third one is the best answer. The second one is also okay. First one is very simple, everybody knows. Addition of oxygen is oxidation. Okay? Addition of oxygen is oxidation. This is one answer. What is the second answer? Removal of hydrogen is oxidation, or addition of hydrogen is reduction, removal of hydrogen is oxidation. Third answer? Third answer, that is the best answer. If somebody can tell me this, I will give a prize, but quickly, not going through your mobile and looking it on the Google. No. Yes.
Loss of electrons.
Excellent. She will get a prize. I think this is the second prize you are getting, no? Very good, very good. Congratulations. Loss of electrons or removal of electrons is oxidation. So, yeah, please give her a prize. You only give. So we will do that experiment. We will see how oxidation takes place. Okay. Before that, I am going to explain you. See, there is one reagent there marked with I, letter I, and it is written there starch Ki. It is a starch solution. All of you know what is the starch solution. Every day we prepare rice. Okay, and sometimes you throw that out. Nis म्हणतात त्याला निवळ म्हणतात. That is basically starch. So we do not prepare that way, we prepare it a slightly different way. So that is the starch solution. If you add iodine solution to starch, you get a blue color. Iodine, I2. Molecular formula of iodine is I2. If you add I2 to starch solution, you get a blue color. So we have a starch solution there as one of the reagent in vial I, which contains potassium iodide, Ki. There is no iodine there. It is colorless. You are not getting any blue color there right now. So we have Ki, K plus, I minus. Now if this I minus gets oxidized, so I minus, if it loses one electron, minus one electron, if there are 2 atoms of I minus or 2 I minus, you will get 2 electrons lost. Then you will get 2 iodine atoms, which is equivalent to a iodine molecule. The moment this happens, you get a blue color. that means we say that oxidation has taken place. Okay. So what we are going to do now, we are going to show that nitrogen dioxide is an oxidizing agent. So we have to produce nitrogen dioxide, and at the same time we have to put starch Ki solution. So I will tell you what to do. So you have the Petri dish. Okay, vertical line. Sorry, this pen is not working properly. Then as before, you just put only one drop, small. See, some of you are putting big drops. No, small as possible, which you can see, that's all. No need to put big drops. You are not doing it on the micro scale. BCG indicator, one small drop is enough on the top, don't put below. Small drop. Done. Remaining quantity transfer back into the vial. Wipe the tip of the dropper with the tissue paper and keep it back into the packet. Done. Close the vial firmly, keep it in its place. Share your work. If somebody has done addition earlier, now another student should do. Yes. Okay. Now take eyedropper, eye vial, and put a small drop of starch Ki on the horizontal line here, I. This is A. This is starch Ki. Somewhere on the horizontal line, either to the right or to the left, small drop, don't put big drops, very small drop, small drops are enough, so that you are able to see it on the horizontal line. Yes, not very, somewhere this side. Yes, okay. It is colorless, it is not having blue color because there is no iodine in that. Right now it is having I minus, it is not having. If this I minus is oxidized to iodine, then it will become blue in color. Okay. Now who is going to oxidize? So let us produce nitrogen dioxide. So to produce nitrogen dioxide, we have to put H here. On the central part, you have to put a slightly bigger drop of H, that is sodium nitride, NaNO2. Okay, put a slightly bigger drop of H, take a H dropper and put a slightly bigger drop of NaNO2. Yes, very good, that's enough. The Petri dish which is being shown on the screen, they are doing a very good job. So the quantities, you can actually see the BCG right quantity, the Ki solution, starch Ki solution also right quantity, and at the center you have H, sodium nitrite. Now the third one, you have to add F on the central drop without touching it. You should not touch the dropper, your dropper will get contaminated. You have to add F, F is H2SO4. One small drop of H2SO4 is enough. Put it on the central drop without touching it and close it immediately. And close it immediately. Thoda niche aao. Yes. Very good. Don't touch. And close it immediately. Excellent. Very good. Now see, the first thing that is going to happen is the BCG indicator is going to become yellow in color. See? And your iodine is going to become blue in color. See, it was colorless. not iodine, starch Ki drop. Starch Ki drop is going to become, after some time it will become intense blue. That color is called azul color, Azul. I think that is a Portuguese or Spanish or Latin word, azul. Dark blue. Of course, what you see on the screen is not exactly the same color. See that white background is not looking white, but it is having some other bluish tint. Anyway, all of you got blue color? So, what we have shown in this experiment, we have shown that nitrogen dioxide acts as an oxidizing agent, okay? Acts as an oxidizing agent. Now see, I told you that nitrogen dioxide oxidizes sulfur dioxide to sulfur trioxide. So, we will do that experiment now. This experiment is over, okay? We will do the next experiment to show that sulfur dioxide is oxidized to sulfur trioxide. I will explain you, just listen to me, look at me, what we are going to do. On one side, we are going to generate nitrogen dioxide, the way we have done now, right now. On the other side, we are going to generate sulfur dioxide. Got it? And at the center, we are going to put something which will detect the presence of sulfur trioxide. See, we are not prepared sulfur trioxide, we have just preparing sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide. But the sulfur dioxide which is formed in the petri dish gets oxidized by nitrogen dioxide to sulfur trioxide. Okay? I don't know whether you have done that test. There is one test for sulfate radical, not the school students, but college students, higher secondary students, if they are there or if they are attentive, they can remember the test that you have done for a sulfate radical, SO4. Okay? What is the test? Anybody can tell me? Test for sulfate radical? Sulfate ion, SO4 minus 2 or 2 minus. What is the test? You have to add barium chloride, you get a white precipitate of barium sulfate. Sulfates of the alkaline earth metals like calcium, barium, strontium, they are insoluble. So, you will get a white precipitate of barium sulfate immediately. Okay? So, we will do this experiment. Now, this experiment we have to do by using those tablet containers. Okay? I will show you first it on the screen here how to do it, and use carefully everything. This is our last experiment. After that, I am going to show you one demo. That's all. Demo means I am going to do it. You are, all of you are not going to do it. Okay, can you see the horizontal line? Unfortunately, pen is not working properly. You have to keep one of the tablet container here, and you have to keep the other tablet container here. At the center, we are going to put, I will tell you what is to be done. First you listen to me, and then you do. I will tell you what is to be done. In this, we are going to put H, okay, that is NaNO2. Don't do it now, you listen to me first. So, you put H, and in this you are going to put E, Na2SO3. See, why we are taking this tablet container? Because just one drop is not enough for this. You have to add at least 2 drops or 3 drops. Okay? We require more quantity. So that is why I am taking tablet containers. So you will have to put 2-3 drops of E here. You have to put 2-3 drops of H here. Okay? Transfer the remaining quantities and put them into the respective places. At the center, you are going to put center, small drop, not a big size drop, small drop. Okay? These are big and this is small, of J. J is barium chloride, BaCl2 solution. Barium chloride is J. Earlier one you have to wash it. You have not washed? Okay, please wash the earlier petri dish. If you have not washed, I am sorry. Wash the earlier petri dish, wipe it with the tissue paper. Volunteers, please check whether they have washed it or not. Yes, wipe it. Okay, wash it properly. There should not be contamination. If there is contamination, experiment will not work. Then there are 2 tablet containers. Okay, see, there is one more solution. You can take the solution in the tablet container and then can place it there, or you can place it first and then put the drops, whichever you like. I have no problem. These tablet containers, unfortunately, they do not have a flat, so they move. Okay, flat base. They are having a oval base. If they are having a flat base, they remain steady. I get them from some of my students who are there in pharmaceutical industries. This time I got oval shape. Base is oval, so they are shaky bit. It doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Let them be. Okay, done. Okay, just one indicator here, small drop of BCG, A, vertical line, and one small drop of I, that is starch Ki. See, why we are putting this? Just to check that the reaction is taking place. This will become yellow. Why we are putting this? Just to check that nitrogen dioxide is formed. The moment nitrogen dioxide is formed, this is going to become blue in color, starch Ki solution. So starch Ki, one small drop here, BCG small drop here, more quantity of H here, more quantity of Na2SO3, 2-3 drops. Done. One small drop of J in the middle, small drop of J in the middle. Actually, we are combining 2-3 experiments. One experiment is to produce nitrogen dioxide, another experiment is to produce sulfur dioxide. Now, nitrogen dioxide will come out from here. After you add, don't do it right now. Wait. Added. Everybody has added this. Everybody is ready. Okay. Nahi hua? Okay. Do it. I can see on the camera. What are you adding? Let me know. Small BCG, small starch Ki. Very good. See on the camera, some of you can see on the screen. BCG correct amount added. Very good. Thank you. And starch Ki, no, that is J. Okay. You put it at the center. Small drop. Can be even slightly bigger. It is okay. No problem. No problem. Okay. Now put starch Ki also. There is a slight problem, it doesn't matter. If you add it here, you can add it here also, you can add it here also, you can add it anywhere you like. Down below it is not necessary, but if you have added, no problem, let it be. I'll tell you the reason. Done? Is everybody ready? Okay. Added H, yes or no? Added E, everybody, E has been added, BCG has been added, starch Ki has been added, J has been added, everybody, okay. Now you have to add F here as well as here, just one drop is enough, don't add two drops. Although you have added more, doesn't require more quantity of sulfuric acid. If you have added by mistake 2 drops, no problem, but add 1 or 2 drops and close it immediately. In the tablet container where there is H, on the top of this you have to add F. F has to go here on the top of this H2SO4. Okay, F has to go on E, H2SO4, because unless we add H2SO4, the reaction is not going to take place. So this is going to generate sulfur dioxide, SO2, this is going to generate nitrogen dioxide, NO2. Okay. In fact, I have these pens with me, I should have brought them of different colors also. Okay, this is NO2, this is SO2. Added, close, done. Okay, now we will have to wait for some time. First, observe the color of the indicator, BCG. Change to yellow, everything is okay. It says that everything is okay. Color of the starch Ki solution, change to blue, nitrogen dioxide is produced. So things are working. We have produced nitrogen dioxide in the Petri dish, we have produced sulfur dioxide also in the Petri dish. Everybody is getting that? Okay. Now what is going to happen? The nitrogen dioxide is going to react with sulfur dioxide and it is going to oxidize sulfur dioxide to sulfur trioxide. And how do we know that sulfur trioxide is formed? Sulfur trioxide, when dissolved in water, it forms sulfuric acid. The moment sulfuric acid is formed, okay, the barium chloride will change to barium sulfate. That means you are going to get a white precipitate at the central drop. Wait, don't observe, you are not going to see it like that. And it takes at least minimum 2-3 minutes for, that is the precise reason we have added more quantity of H and E, so that the reaction should take place. Now what you should do, everybody got blue color for the starch solution, no? So don't worry about starch now. Take the black paper and put it below the Petri dish like this, so that it covers, this is your black paper. It is below this, above the white paper, but it should come below the J. The corner should go below J. Going? Can you see the white color now, white precipitate? It will be not very thick white precipitate, but it is going to become turbid. Not much. I am not happy. Wait for a minute. It takes a while. You have added little more quantity of J. Slight turbidity is there, not much. This is better. This is slightly better because the quantity is less. Quantity is less. Yes. कहाँ रहे? इधर इधर देखने का. A barium chloride है. J. Central you have put barium chloride, no? This is the best of all. I can see the white turbid color in the central drop. Yes, comparatively. पूरा पेपर नहीं रखने का. At the corner only. This is the central drop. What you have added? Where is your starch KI solution? No, I think what you have done. No, वो क्या है?
That is starch.
Starch KI has not changed blue. It should have changed blue. If it has not changed blue, nitrogen dioxide is not formed. And if nitrogen dioxide is not formed, oxidation is not going to take place. This is something not done properly. Yes, this is good. Okay, you are getting it. Jade, I told you to put J less quantity. You people are adding more quantity. That's the precise reason. It is turbid, but if the quantity was less, then it would have got a better result. Quantities should be less for J, then only you will get a better result. Okay, I think time is getting up. I will make one demo, and after that we will stop for today. We will answer if you have some questions. Demo करने के लिए is anybody having a gas absorption tube in your kit? Actually, I have purposely removed them. Okay. The reason for removing, I am not having them. I have to get them from Pune, and if they break, all other things are made up of plastic. Yes, it is fitting properly. I'll make use of your kit. This will be a demo. What's happening? Okay, I'll stand on the platform so that all of you are able to see. Can one of you help me? Anyone? You come or you come? Anybody? Come. Because I cannot hold everything with me, no? Okay. I am taking some quantity of acetic acid in this. Okay. With the help of a syringe, I have taken some quantity of acetic acid. Close this. You keep this with you. I don't require it now. Now, this is acetic acid. I am going to add it here, but before that, I have to add sodium bicarbonate to this. Hold this for a while. There is hold this also. This is called disposable spatula. This is a straw, lassi straw. So if you just pierce it, you get some solid inside. So I'm going to put that solid here, and this is enough for us. Can you? Or you can keep it there also. There is no problem. Now, job of is done almost. This is also not required. No, I'm not going to give you anything more. I'm going to take something from you. And now, D requires lime water. See, you have done one experiment and you know this, you have studied maybe in 7th standard or 8th standard, that when you pass carbon dioxide through lime water, it turns milky, correct? Okay, that's not enough. It turns milky, but if you pass excess of carbon dioxide, it becomes colorless again. You know that? Do you remember? You can write the equation also. With excess of carbon dioxide, you get calcium bicarbonate. With enough carbon dioxide, you get calcium carbonate. Calcium carbonate is insoluble. Calcium sulfate, calcium carbonate, they are insoluble in water. That is why you get a white precipitate. That is why we say that it turns milky. Okay, I will just keep, this is from that kit, not from your kit. No, D I have taken from your kit. Okay, I am adding to this gas absorption tube some quantity of lime water. It's not necessary that it should be more, this is enough. Remaining quantity transfer back into the vial, close the vial firmly, keep it here, and this is your dropper. Please wipe the tip and keep it there. Okay, now we are ready for the experiment. Everybody can see. I will stand on the platform. Now give me the acetic acid. I am adding acetic acid, this sodium bicarbonate. Reaction will take place. You should not add hydrochloric acid or any other mineral acids like sulfuric acid, nitric acid, because they are strong acids. Acetic acid is a weak acid, it's an organic acid. They are called weak acid. Moreover, this is not just acetic acid, it is only 5% acetic acid. One can use vinegar also for this purpose. So if I have to pierce the needle through this ring, okay, and add slowly, hopefully it is not leaking. Reaction takes place. Camera दिखाई नहीं देता on the screen? बंद के ले, हाँ, okay. Okay, I am adding 1 drop. Reaction will take place. Oh. Can you see it has become milky? Everybody can see? Yes or no? Milky, it has become milky. Yes or no? Okay. This is normally observed that it becomes milky, but now what we have to do is add excess of acetic acid so that the milkiness disappears. See, I am adding excess, that means if excess of carbon dioxide passes through this carbonate, calcium carbonate, not done properly. Okay, you can see now that it is going to become colorless. Can you see? Unfortunately, some calcium carbonate also has gone, sodium bicarbonate. But can you see the milkiness is disappeared? Milkiness has disappeared. Not good. I'll show you that experiment again. Yeah, give it here. Give it here. I will wash this and give it to you later. Okay? Washing is very simple. You have to use this. Okay, and throw out everything into this. इधर से पानी डालने का और इधर से पानी डालने का. This will come. Okay, this is yours, no? Syringe is his. No, I want D. I want D. Give me the D dropper. Now I will take proper care. Okay. This is enough, we'll not put more. Because everybody can see milky water, milky lime water, okay? Put D in its place. Acetic acid is not enough, give me B. We'll take little more quantity of acetic acid. Okay, that's enough. Keep this in its place. Vial 12, number 12. इसमें C डालने का, C. Take some quantity, do it yourself. Just pierce it, pierce it. No, no, वैसा नहीं, ऐसा डालने का अंदर. Enough. Done. See, I have taken sodium bicarbonate in this, I have taken lime water in this, I have fitted this. Okay, this time I have taken less lime water, and this time I am going to add acetic acid. I'll return your things. I am showing it from here so that everybody can see. This should fit properly, otherwise it may leak. Okay. What was the mistake I made? That addition was little faster. Okay, and to make addition slower, you have to hold the syringe like this. Now, I can control the flow. See, can you see? Reaction has taken place. Reaction has taken place, but the reaction is taking place very, very slow. One thing happened, but the other thing did not happen. Bubbling is not taking place. So some leakage is there. Yes. Now it is proper. Thoda more bicarbonate may be required. Okay. See, I am adding more quantity. Can you see bubbling? Yes. Very good. Can you see the turning milky? Yes. Everybody can see turning milky. Camera is closed on the screen, but everybody can see turning milky. Reaction taking place below. See, it's turning milky. Can you see? Please, you don't do it, because washing and all will become difficult for me. So now I am going to add more quantity. More quantity will make this milkiness to disappear. You can just see how it disappears. More quantity of carbon dioxide. I am adding more quantity of acetic acid, more carbon dioxide is formed. You can nicely see the reaction taking place below, and you can see this milkiness is disappearing. Okay? Can you see it has become almost colorless now? Totally colorless like before. There is no milkiness now. See, it's totally disappeared. Why it disappears? Because calcium carbonate, which is insoluble, gets converted into calcium bicarbonate, which is soluble in water. Okay? Thank you. Questions? If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. This syringe is your B solution. Open the B. Close it. A syringe आपका है. There is this, put it, keep it back. You can wash it with water if required. Then this is yours. How to wash this? This is also to be washed. This is also yours. Yeah. So I will show you how to wash it. You have this wash bottle, no? Sorry. You have to just put some water into this, both the sides. Okay, you can keep this. This is to be kept like this, and put that vial 12 here. So the vial 12 is to be washed. Okay. Okay. There are some more experiments, but we don't have time. It's getting close to 5 o'clock. If you have any questions, I will be very happy to answer. Yes? Anybody? You are from which school? Vivekananda, Bori, you said. Yes. I have been to almost all schools in Goa. Almost all schools in Goa. But this is for the last 20-25 years. So that time you people were not there. Recently, I have not been to any school. Okay. Vivekananda have gone 3-4 times for higher secondary students as well as for school students, 8-9 class also. Okay, now wait, please. Let me explain you how to do that, please. First thing, you clean your petri dish, put the tablet containers in the petri dish, okay. All of you, how to repack this, put the tablet container in the petri dish, keep it here. Now the first thing is, see that all these things are properly arranged. Your letters should look at you properly, vertical. उल्टा वगैरह नहीं रखने का. Done? All this, then keep this in the, keep it in this box. For your kind information, if everything is done properly, this kit can last for several months, except a starch solution which gets spoiled. I have sent these kits world over. Nothing happens, okay, and I have taken with me also to many places, nothing happens. So you have to pack it properly, see that all the vials are closed properly, check them by pressing your thumb that they are closed properly. Done? Okay, after doing this, next step is, all of you can see, put the petri dish here. After putting the petri dish, you have to keep the dropper packet, see that the dropper packet is closed properly. That means this way, and keep it here so that you can see below A, B, C, D, E in the same direction, not ulta. Ulta nahi rakhne ka. Done? After that, you have to do one thing. A wash bottle is to be emptied. We cannot keep this as such with water. So you have to remove the spout. Put the water here. If this is not enough, मेरे पास एक bucket है उधर. I will just get that bucket. 1 minute. Excess of water, your waste should be put here, and water also should be put here. Okay? Waste water here, pass on it to all the tables. Okay, after doing that, this throttle should be put inside the bottle, close the bottle, and then keep the bottle here. Can you see? Keep the bottle here. After you keep the bottle, if there is a syringe inside, if it is not opened, don't open it. Keep it like that only. Then the packet containing white paper, black paper and tissue paper, that you have to keep here above the dropper packet. Then the book Book should be kept like this, facing you, this way. Can you see? And then close it. If you have any problem, I will come to your table and pack it. So this is done. Keep it here. Yes, you are right. White paper in अंदर है. हाँ. Book नहीं था. Very good. Sure, no? There was a book here. Have I taken them from you? हाँ, they are from there. ये दो आपका है ना? From that kit. B and C. Yes. Packet here. Syringe ऐसा नहीं रखने का. You have to remove this. Throttle is to be put inside. The throttle of the bottle is to be put inside the bottle. Don't keep it out. It will get lost. This, keep it here. Booklet this way. And now close it. This put in the bucket. Volunteers, please collect the kits from the, if they are properly closed, collect them. Ulta. You should put it this way so that you can read it. Very good. This is closed. जाऊ रे तक खबर ना. Okay. Any questions? One question remains to be answered. Have we given all the 4 prizes? कहाँ है? Have we given all the prizes? I want one question, somebody to, last question. Yes, very good. Last question, let me see who can answer. Last question of the day. We said that if I use any vehicle, that means burn fossil fuel. We are talking only about vehicles right now. Forget about industries. Okay? That means I will be using gasoline or I will be using diesel. Okay? And these are the vehicles which are mainly responsible for the production of nitrogen dioxide or NOx, the gases. And that's what I told you. You get a brown haze in the sky in Los Angeles or wherever the vehicular traffic is very, very high. So the production of nitrogen dioxide, which is also related to the production of ozone because of nitric oxide. Now, my question to you is, how this nitrogen dioxide is formed? Is this the nitrogen present in the gasoline or diesel that is reacting with the oxygen in the air to form nitrogen dioxide? How nitrogen dioxide is formed? Who can answer? Will get, raise your hand and answer the question. How the nitrogen dioxide or nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxide is formed? Is it the nitrogen which is present in gasoline or diesel reacting with the oxygen present in the air to form nitrogen dioxide? Or, yes, who is answering? Same boy, wait. I want, you are the college student. I want to see if some school students can answer. I did not tell you this part in the beginning purposely so that I can ask you this question. Nobody? Then I will come to you. Don't worry. Huh? Huh? No, no, no. 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 What is your answer? Don't Google and check. But that is not accepted. That is not accepted. No, no, answer is incorrect. Answer is incorrect. Who can answer still? College students allowed. University students allowed. How do we get nitrogen dioxide? From where? So much of nitrogen dioxide. The amount of nitrogen, you might have seen a board. Sometime back there was a board on the bus stand, Kadamba bus stand, Panji. They used to show the percentage of nitrogen dioxide. Many places they show the percentage of nitrogen dioxide. In Korea, that is Seoul, etc., so many places, the amount of nitrogen dioxide outside is so much that the school children are not allowed to go out, even though they have a mask for nitrogen dioxide, but they are not allowed to go out. They are kept inside the school only, because inside they have got some, like the way we have air conditioners, the same type of, which absorbs nitrogen dioxide and gives out carbon dioxide. Actually, if somebody can switch on that for 2 minutes, switch on my PowerPoint presentation, I will show them one simple video, only one video. Switch on my PowerPoint presentation. Just 1 or 2 minutes, not big video. Yes, answer. कहाँ से आता है nitrogen dioxide? From where it is coming? Air is, yes, your air is correct answer, but not, I want proper answer. Nitrogen and oxygen, वैसा नहीं, बोलो, properly. You should tell me the proper answer. It is common sense that nitrogen will combine with oxygen to give nitrogen dioxide. That is a common sense, isn't it? But how and where and when? Yes, you are coming to the point, but not properly. See, are we keeping oxygen cylinders in our cars? For combustion, oxygen is required. Is it correct? Combustion, any combustion, oxygen is required. But do we have oxygen cylinders in our cars or scooters? No. We take in air. How much oxygen is present in air? Less than 20%. Okay? And how much of nitrogen is present in air? More than 78%. Okay? But this nitrogen is inert. It doesn't react under normal conditions. In fact, to begin with, instead of inert gases, nitrogen was used in incandescent bulbs, not this type of bulbs, the earlier bulbs. Later on they used argon, neon, etc., such type of inert gases. But to begin with, nitrogen was used. But later on they found that nitrogen at higher temperatures reacts with oxygen. Okay, as long as the temperature is low, it is inert. But if the temperature increases, that means in our vehicles, once the engine is hot, or in industry, once the furnace is hot, that time this nitrogen which is there is plenty of nitrogen present in the air. And here I would like to tell you also one more thing, but let me finish this. Plenty of nitrogen present in the air which reacts with oxygen at high temperatures to form nitrogen dioxide, nitric oxide and nitrogen dioxide. So all engines are always hot, all furnaces in industries, they are always hot. So the reaction takes place by reaction of nitrogen in the air, because there is plenty of nitrogen, 78%. Okay? And now my general question, common sense to all of you. Many a times these days it's a craze to put nitrogen in your tubes or tires of the vehicles, because they say that it's good. In what way it is good? People do not know. Air and pure nitrogen, I doubt that it is pure nitrogen. It is also not pure nitrogen. because we have not tested whether it is really 99% or 95% or 90%. There is already 78% nitrogen in the ordinary air that we put, so it doesn't make much difference at all. So next time don't waste your money unnecessarily to put. Okay, now I am going to show you one video. Who is there on the, click on V1, just click on V1. Okay, sound is there? Sound hai? This tower sucks Beijing smog and turns it into diamonds.
We decided to build the largest smog vacuum cleaner in the world. So it sucks up 30,000 cubic meters per hour, cleans it on a nano level using very little electricity, and then releasing the clean air. So we have parks, playgrounds, which are 55 to 75% more clean than the rest of the city. Every month or so, it opens like a spaceship. This is the stuff we are capturing. This is Beijing smog, pollution. This is the horror. We live 5 to 6 years shorter. Children have lung cancer when they're 6 years old. And we realize that 42% is made out of carbon. And carbon, of course, under high pressure, you get diamonds, yes. So inspired by that, we compress it for 30 minutes and making smog-free rings. And so by sharing a ring, you donate 1,000 cubic meter of clean air to the city where the tower is in.
Okay, so what is this? It is capturing the carbons, because that is causing more pollution, because you know that carbon particles is responsible for the formation of the smog. So that big tower, it's like a huge building. So now this type of towers are there in many places. This is one from China. So there are many places in, especially in eastern part of Asia, like Korea, even in Japan. So they absorb the carbon dioxide when the levels go high. I'm sorry, not carbon dioxide, carbon particles. And then these carbon particles are compressed under very high pressure, which gives diamond. You know, the diamond is one of the allotrope of carbon. So that is having a tetrahedral structure. So you can convert, it's called an artificial diamond, not the natural one, but it can be sold. And what people do, people donate this money. If you, one ring is about 1,000 cubic meters of that gas which is absorbed. So you can donate money. That's why they buy these rings. Okay, thank you. Done? Any questions? In fact, there is one more video, but I don't want to show because we are already late. That's regarding your ACs.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Students, you all can just quickly take a look around at whatever stalls are there, okay, and just see what all is put up in the exhibits, and then you all can group and you all can leave. Okay, so just take a look at all the stalls because they have been put up for you all only.